Alright. Should probably get something to drink. All around the world. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. La 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 la. Getting some water. Before SpongeBob dies of thirst, 'cause he's a sea creature. It's Sonic Racing. Hey, what's good, guys? It's Sonic Racing. Haven't tried it yet. Immediately jumped. Hey, how's it going, guys? How's it going, everyone? Put on some chapstick. There you go. All right. Listen, I know, we ran out of bleach. I know everyone's sad about it, but listen, we had to take a break from it. I just needed a mental day. I was not dealing with whatever the fuck I had to deal with for Bleach. I said, screw it. We made the new SpongeBob DLCs out. We're gonna be trying this out for a little bit. That's fair. I can't handle reading that mid too much. Yeah, same. This doesn't really sound like a SpongeBob song. Alright. I guess those songs are fine. You know what? Well, I do want to at least play the... track for the first time with, Yeah, we'll do some SpongeBob real quick. Okay. Let's test out and see what the course is like on its own. Screw it. Let's try this out. I'm gonna be on for like at least another 40 minutes, maybe an hour. I'm gonna head out because I do need to do some stuff later. I find it funny Sonic vs. Mario is at it again in the Game Awards. Listen, I don't think Mario Kart World after a while now is that terrible, but I do think that it doesn't deserve Game of the Year, and it definitely doesn't deserve Racing Game of the Year. I'm fine with like, I'm more okay with Kirby Air Riders getting Game of the Year, even though it barely just came out, than something like, ooh. Okay. Bikini Bottom, sweet. Holy shit, Plankton's already on his bullshit. Cool. Don't go right then. Oh shit, Jellyfish Fields. Sweet. Alright, I see what you're doing out there, you piece of shit CPU. I could not get what I wanted. That's okay. Ooh, this track's a lot longer than I thought. Okay. I just raced this, dude. I'm okay with this. Perfectly fine with this. Alright. Okay, come on. Let's get the shortcut. Oh, fuck me, man. Happen again. Whatever. We can still make a comeback. No way I'm about to get ran over. Who the fuck comes down here? Damn it. We're fine. Do more research into the... Cool. Ah, I knew it! Piece of shit. Give me the rings. Get away from me, you assholes. Get away from me. Let me hit this guy. Sweet. No way he didn't get hit, bruh. No way you did not get hit. Give me the item. We're still good on time. Fuck off. Ugh. No way! Fuck off! Let's go. Alright. I'm ready for online. I don't know, there's some very, very good competition. Like, no Clorox this weekend? Yeah. Their dish is better, win game of the year. If it doesn't, I'm going to crash out. I've realized that the thing about the Game Awards is that I don't give a shit about the Game Awards whatsoever because it's a meaningless prize that doesn't actually amount to anything. It's just a bunch of people with very biased takes coming out for games that I haven't played and then therefore I do not care for. But one thing that I will say about them is that if the game that I want... Let's be honest. If the game that you and I want to be Game of the Year doesn't end up being Game of the Years, then the Game Awards are a fucking biased, rigged scam that we should boycott every single year until they give us the game that we want. And if we do win, then the Game Awards are a justified and well-metrics based system that is completely fair and justified. Don't get me wrong. Yeah, no. It's all about perspective. It really just is all about perspective. Alright, we're gonna go into a festival. It's gonna be tap boost. I'm gonna have a different build-up. Fuck this. Fuck no, we're not having that up. I want this, and we're going to do... We might end up doing this. No, because that usually doesn't work out for me. Are you gonna do something other than playing Sonic this stream? If you're bored with Sonic, which, I mean, it's fine. I can also play Wizard of Legends, too. My other option there is, like, Clair Obscura Expedition 33, but I'm on Act 3. I don't know if people want me to spoil them, per se. I mean, I'm fine with it. I don't personally give a shit, but... I'm gonna be real with you. I'm gonna do Expedition 33. Like, I do want to stream it, but I'm going to stream it whenever I get to, No, I don't care about that. I'm only gonna do Expedition 33. Shit. I need another character. Alright. Fuck! I didn't switch. Only when I get to New Game Plus. I'm gonna play through the game again, this time recorded entirely throughout the streams for power scaling purposes, but I'm not gonna do Expedition 33 until... I'm generally not gonna do Expedition 33 until I'm done with the game. I don't want to do a stream on it until then. I do want to do the game scaling for it, and I do think that, ooh, we gotta win this. But until then, we'll just do that, because I am kind of experiencing it well with my friend. All right, it's 3:30. Would you guys? I'll put up a thing after this. No. I wasn't paying attention. No, I don't think I can do Bleach today. My pressure's been like really high, I've noticed. I don't feel like subjecting myself through that. By the way, I've gotten a lot better at Sonic, even though I know it looks like I'm in 12th place. I have gotten like a lot better in Sonic, considering I've been doing all the time trials. And just been like just going out of my way to like complete the game as best as possible. Ooh, that's fine. There are 3 different metas you can use for the scaling I'm interested in seeing. I'm probably just gonna go with the uni scaling because I don't really do the whole like high outer stuff if it doesn't like make a lot of sense to me. Holy shit, that didn't hit me at all. Yeah, let's just keep speeding up. Give me all the rings I need. Okay. You go middle because it's faster. No way! I hit a fucking wall and slammed into it, bruh! Come on! That's so dumb. That's so stupid. Alright, whatever. Give me good items. Good shit. I can work with this. Damn, bruh! Fuck. And the worst part is the fucking drill isn't good here unless I'm... Here, screw it. The drill is legitimately not good on either this or the actual track. Come on, teammate. Come on. Come on. Out of my way, stupid. Out of my way, moron. Out of my way, you idiots. I'm not getting ran over. Fuck that. Is this online or are you... Oh no, this is online. This is like actual online. I'm not getting destroyed by bots. That shit doesn't happen anymore. Whoever hit me with that, your mom's a hoe. Actually. I guess we're going for the good items. There's no way I didn't get that. Whatever. And we got this right here. Sweet. Move out of my way, stupid. We stick here. Start speeding through. Out of my way. Out of my way. Out of my way. That's so unfair, but whatever. I might get the Sonic game because I enjoyed racing games a lot lately. They're really fun. I would definitely recommend this game. Dude, my team got fucking bodied. My team got fucking bodied. Is the real Eon still booting a Fairy Tail? The real Eon is in his bed right now. Still currently watching Fairy Tail with one hand. He just got to the part where Urza essentially took out a bunch of, like, demons or monsters or whatever in the Grand Magic games. What would you consider to use someone... When should you consider use someone's prime in a battle? Personally, I would say if the timeline is accurate, because using prime scaling to me can be iffy and could be used for conclusion. The thing about talking about, like, characters in their prime in general kind of first comes across whether or not the character is ever really displayed in their prime. I feel like one of the things that, like, really comes across when you're talking about, like, versus battles, especially, like, in the conversation, for example, One Piece, right, is that many characters usually have a very weird, like, placement as to, at least in the timeline, as to when their prime really is. You can look at God Valley, for example, where there are some, like myself, that don't believe that Roger or Mara Jane versus Jenny. Who the fuck is Jenny? I don't remember who the fuck Jenny is. But anyway, there are certain points in time where, like, you think to yourself, like, you know, where is Goldie Roger? Oh, shit, that's right. If we're gonna do air tricks, let's see, what does this give me? Morph action. For performance and water, air tricks become faster. This one has water, this one has water. Yeah, sure, I'll keep it. I think it's easiest and best to use prime characters specifically if they are actually stated to be in their prime, or if we can have a proper idea of when the hell they are in their prime, right? So, like, Naruto, for example. You can probably argue that Naruto's real prime is back in Naruto the Last, but you also never get to see Naruto use... You never really get to even see Naruto really use Six-Path Sage Mode at the time. I would probably argue that Naruto, for example, is in his prime, not even in the Fourth Great Ninja War, but actually in Boruto, especially with, like, Baryon mode, since he never really displays anything greater than that. But in general, I do think that if you're going to use a character in their prime, it's best and easiest to use it if and when we actually know what the character places in and where the character is at in relation to... Fuck. Don't hit me with that. Don't hit me with that. Don't hit me with that. One moment. Maybe that shortcut really just isn't good. Fuck it. This is completely fine. Keep boosting into me. This is fine. We go middle because it's faster. Excuse me. Ooh, I didn't grab that boost. Give me that boost again. Let's build up. We don't use our item yet. Ooh, that guy's got a wisp. That's unfortunate for me. Ugh! Fuck! All these people pushing into me, man. Use that up. Yep. Use it. Dude, who the fuck throws that behind them? Did my rings just get cut in half? Jesus, man. Alright. Fuck you. Oh, well. Please give me a good item. Please give me a good item. Please give me a good item. We'll take it. Oh, who the fuck throws that back? That's so crazy. That's so crazy. Yeah, you finally finished. Nope, have not finished it. Have not finished it, and genuinely consider. I came in 12th. That is so crazy. Who the fuck throws that back, dude? This is so crazy to me, dude. That is so unfortunate. And it'd be after talking all that shit about getting better. Holy fuck. To be fair, I've been getting fucked by the goddamn items. 7 diddly groomers? Yeah. It's never a good idea to, like, have the main protagonist of your series. I said this before, but it's never a good idea to have the main protagonist of your series be in a everlasting, quote-unquote... What makes Fairy Tail good, though? You clearly have not seen the very important, fan service. It was escaping my tongue. Man, I don't know. This shit is so stupid. It's never a good idea to give, like, your main protagonist a curse that makes them live forever, and then they reincarnate with their... A curse for both them and their lover, where where one reincarnates forever, but because they reincarnate, they have to become a child, and the other one is meant to live forever as an adult. But then, you know, they also end up meeting their loved when they're a child. Yeah, that's just not okay, man. It's really just not okay. Dude. Only substance a Fairy Tail's given me is gooning material. I've seen character more on a certain site than in an actual series. Listen, man. Listen, it's all about the power of friendship. That's what makes it good. Also, get me off of SpongeBob. Oh, fuck. Is the race about to begin? I guess not. I guess we're going to time out. Yeah, we're definitely going to time out. The adventure, the guild idea, and all the arcs are nice to watch, but the last arc is so nice. I don't know, man. A lot of the times, Fairy Tail's story just feels like it's going nowhere. Like, there's no end game. It feels a lot like Dragon Ball, where, like, there really just is no end game with Fairy Tail. Like, with every other series, it's actually the same thing with Dragon Ball, where, like, with every series that you read, for the most part in Shonen, there's, like, a potential end goal, right? And not to say that, like, a series needs a potential end goal to be good or bad, but it's nice to know that there's, like, a certain sense of finality, right? With a series like Dragon Ball, as a matter of fact, it's actually quite interesting. I was talking about, not talking, I was actually thinking about this earlier with Dragon Ball, where I'm like, Dragon Ball is a series that sometimes feels jarring to me because it's like it really doesn't even it really never sets itself, it never really sets an ending for itself. You know what I mean? I know that like GT tried to do that kind of, but not really. Where like Cell has kind of nothing to do with Frieza, who has kind of nothing to do with Majin Buu. They're just the big bad guys that show up every single arc that are like threatening a bigger and bigger end of the cosmology, right? I mean, listen, you could say, well, no, Eon, I disagree, because Cell has Frieza's cells within him or whatever, but like, or like Frieza kind of knows about Majin Buu, but it's like, let's be honest here, that's all kind of irrelevant to what I'm talking about. I don't mean in terms of like, there's no link between the characters, more so that like, there's no difference in what Cell is trying to do versus what Kid Boo's trying to do versus what Frieza's trying to do. They're just the big bad guys. It's just, there's kind of like, there's nothing kind of like pushing the story along other than villain comes to Earth to do the thing, right? With like Naruto, it kind of like has no real ending other than Naruto becoming the Hokage until you get to like the Fourth Great Ninja War, where everything kind of like starts to like wrap itself into, right? With One Piece, it's like the ending of the series, or at least like what it tries to like drive towards itself is what it tries to like drive itself towards, it's kind of like the One Piece, like Luffy fighting this thing. It's just that everything else that happens within the context of the story kind of like builds itself towards that. By the way, I got completely fucked here with this goddamn choice. Wait, we need to win this. No way, man. Two tracks that both have water in them. Me with a build that specifically focuses on water, and I'm not getting... Alright. Watch OG Dragon Ball, it will change your mind. I mean, it's about Goku wanting to become one of the greatest martial artists, and I agree with the sentiment. I actually think that the OG Dragon Ball does actually push a better idea of this concept of like a series having some sort of finality to it. But like, I'm specifically when I mean Dragon Ball, I mean like Z. Like Z specifically really has no like finality to it. Similar to what's this other series? Super. I really hate the people that play this game. Every single one of you. You all suck. I hate these people. Stop hitting me! Fuck! Yes, the guy playing the racing game with items is asking people, when the fuck did that hit me? What the fuck hit me? When the fuck did anything hit me? It just spawned in on me, man. I'm just getting hit. I'm getting itemed! In the manga, yeah, sure. I guess. Ugh! Damn it! I hate this teammate boost shit, because it actually, like, sends you rocketing forward in a separate direction, man. That's definitely gonna hit me. Well, I didn't have an item. Alright. Alright, we go... There is no way the game just did that. Why the fuck did I go in the bottom route? Why the fuck did I just completely nosedive out of the... Wow, this game sucks. Oh, look. People out here actually know about the shortcut. Dude, this fucking blows. Can I not get itemed for like 2 seconds? Fuck it. We're just spamming items. No way I didn't pick up that item. I'm getting cucked out by items, man. I'm not picking... I almost said a slur. I actually almost said a slur. This is so fucking trash, dude. Give me an item! Fuck! God damn. Guys, I'm not bad at the game. I'm just kidding. Fuck me, dude. There is no fucking... Stop bashing me into walls! Fuck, man! Dickhead! Jesus! So why won't you watch it? Watch what? Unk's getting rusty. This shit got ganked for the go racist. Yo, we won! Ah, I'm not asked at the game, we won! Guys, we fucking won like I said we would! Let's go! Let's fucking go! That was all planned. The crash out was completely justified and reasonable. I'm good at the game, clearly. Anyone who doubted me is objectively wrong. Going back to Exposition 3, I feel like I just have them at Uni Plus. You should just leave, leave out info. I'm not gonna leave out any. I'm gonna talk about it. Although I'm not gonna lie to you, fuck versus battle weaking whatever metrics that they have. I refuse to accept anything that they do because power scaling is inherently subjective to a certain extent, and I don't have to consider anything that they say. Although I will say I do think that like it's at least very fair to say that like the painters are outer, even though again the concept of like outer versal doesn't really make a lot of sense to me. But I am willing to at least admit that. Damn it, yo! But we won though. I don't think so. I think that versus battle wiki a lot of the times makes very incoherent takes. I didn't say anything racist, and I didn't say what slur I was gonna say. I just said I was gonna say one. It's a good base for power scaling. It's a good base for power scaling if you don't know how to, if you don't like have any metrics for yourself, or if you use specifically like calc-based methods. I find that it's fine enough. Jesus Christ, that was terrible. That entire situation that I was just in was terrible. I can't replicate this, can I? No, we stick to this. I mean, transcendence, reality over fiction. Transcendence is just a general idea. It's not versus battle week. I feel like I'm not gonna ignore the concept. You won't grow as a power scaler. Yeah, that's fair. That's a fair point. That's actually kind of fair. So versus battle sometimes is so cooked. Like, that's the thing. I don't do it for the sake of... Wait, did you finish Bleach? I did not. I have not checked it out. Have you checked out that I told you about last stream? Well, checked out what exactly? You told me something about, like, a specific manga chapter. I'm going to be real with you, like, jokes aside. Aster, I really have not. I have not even remotely looked at Fairy Tail. Damn it! Motherfuckers. Oh, I didn't skid out. Great. This is so clusterfucked, man. Who the fuck throws shit back, man? I got hit again, dude. That's so dumb. Who the fuck does that? I'm playing with fucking dickheads. Outer Versal is so stupid. Am I lagging for anybody else? Am I? If I start lagging, I'm gonna have to take out the Ethernet from my PlayStation and put it into my PC, but at that point, that means I can't play online games anymore. Damn it. Okay. Don't hit me! Just pick up as many rings as possible and go... Yo! Can you stop? Fucking maidhead. Fucking dickhead. Fucking beef. There's no way you evaded it? Alright, fuck you. Eat a calc and... Piece of shit. Ah! fuck it. Give me... Ah, nobody... I can't get the items. God damn it. Okay. I don't care about the items right here. Oh, let's fucking go. Come on. First, in front of chat. No! Fuck off, teammate! Yes! Because you don't understand. It makes perfect sense to me because I understand it. Oh. This game is quite rage-based, I see. Not as bad as Clash Royale, though. It's definitely not as bad as Clash Royale. Let's go! Fuck you, Blue Blur 98. Piece of shit. I'm sorry. We win regardless. My teammates, except for MCZKB, are good at the game. Lovely. Let's go. Now I'm cooking. See, I just needed to warm up. Just needed to play as my boy Silver the Hedgehog. That is a very ugly fucking racing cart that my teammate has. Holy shit. About how powerful the people that burned their mansion were. I think they were called the Writers, yeah. Outer Versal has issues with concepts of / wills. You have to power within the canvas. It doesn't really matter as long as you know. To be honest, I didn't know shit back whenever I play Mario Kart Online. I don't think I've ever played Mario Kart Online. Oh, about the Silver Arrow? Oh, I haven't checked it out. I'm sorry, man. I really haven't checked it out. Save the crash outs for the crash out worthy game like Fortnite. Dude, this game is crash out worthy. Banned in the game before they introduced Evos. Oh, for Clash Royale? Yeah, Clash Royale was fucking terrible, dude, for a good long time. It had so many metas where you really just had to do, like, pay-to-win shit. And honestly, I hate games that are just straight up pay-to-win. I can't stand a game where you just straight up get an advantage if you're having a better credit card than somebody else. Not even because, like, oh, you're a brokey, you can't afford it. More so because it's like, it doesn't really show a sign of skill when you can just, when a card comes out that is so blatantly overpowered. Dude, they're adding heroes now and they're fucking broken. I might quit the game. I quit a long time ago. If I ever do go back, it's just for the sake of, like, trying shit out. Just as, like, seeing, like, what's up. But I usually just bully children in, like, lower elos because they raised up the trophy cap so high that where I was at when I was in level 14, when I was a level 14 player, is now the trophy elo range where level 11 players are, so there's just no way for me to lose. All I genuinely have to do is play a half-ass deck with, like, some slightly over-leveled cards, and I can technically take out anybody I want. I've actually had games where, like, I literally let myself lose to a bunch of people just so I can keep beating on children for a while within the context of Clash Royale, not in real life. If someone has the power to affect concepts like Kuma's Fruits, or the one Bleach ability does that automatically make them pass Universal? I don't think so. I don't necessarily mean. What deck did you run? I ran Log Bait. I like bait decks. Ooh, missed me with that bullshit. I didn't get that? What do you mean I didn't get that? Fuck it. This is fine. Damn it. I don't have anything to make me go faster. Whoever sliced me in half, your mom's a hoe. Oh, man. That's rough, buddy. Alright. Then the sneaky golem in the pocket, yeah. Sneaky golem in the pocket always hits hard, man. Always hits hard. I also did like beatdown decks. The only things I will never respect anybody as a Clash Royale player, whether they're my friend or a member or whatever. I won't respect you for this. Is if you play any version of Balloon, or any version of Freeze. Anyone who plays those kind of cards, fuck me. I might have lost this for my teammates because I got pushed into the goddamn ramp and got up, and now I can't do all the crazy shit that I meant to be doing. Ugh. But yeah, I don't respect Balloon players, and I definitely don't respect anybody who ever uses Freeze. Those cards take no skill whatsoever. They're essentially crutches that people essentially need to help themselves win because they're not good enough at the game to actually bother trying with any decks to take any level of competence skill. I don't care if I offend anybody with that. That's one of the things where I will say I will be 100% biased on, and I don't give a shit what anybody's opinion is ever going to be on the matter. I will never respect the Lava Loon, Balloon Freeze, Lumber Loon. I will never respect any of those kinds of players. Even Siege to an extent. I don't care for Siege players at all either. It's such a boring playstyle to me because you're just playing defense, and this comes from somebody who genuinely does play defense, likes playing like defensive roles, but like Siege very often. There's no way I flipped right out. Alright, come on. Oh, wait. Move out of my way, you dumbasses. Move, stupid. Ah! Move out of my way, teammate! We're winning! No way I lost that. I remember when the only legendary card was Log. I think the only legendary card at the time were actually like... Log got put in later, actually. It was like Princess and Ice Wizard. Alright, second place isn't bad. As long as Blue doesn't get it. As long as Blue doesn't get it. As long as Blue doesn't get it. Let's go. Blue didn't get it. Let's get this fucking bread. Guys, you just keep winning back to back to back. I told you. I'm not bad at the game. I have been practicing. Against 8th grade you? Yeah, I would have hated going against 8th grade you. 100%. To be fair, if I was also back in my days when I was playing Clash Royale, I would have also called a lot of people a lot of slurs. I really hated the Clash Royale player base because people just played those dog shit cards, dude. Oh, man. I was going to send you a friend request on Discord. How many trophies do you have? Lava Loon, Vines, Freeze, make me want to bash my phone. Also, does anybody remember Elite Barbarians? Does anybody remember those cards when they were fucking busted? Them and Royal Giant? That part of the game's history was absolutely fucking dog shit. I was free to play too. And Sparky was such an interesting card to me because like it really tried Eon not beating the racist allegations. Listen, I would call every fucking thing in the book. I wouldn't just say I wouldn't just come after like a specific thing. I would be racist against everybody. Like I would use every slur that you could possibly think of. I would also say things like hoping very bad things happen to people, dude. That game used to get me very fucking toxic. I was always been free to play. I think the only times that I ever like put in money into Clash Royale were like buying some of the battle passes just because I thought the stuff at the time were cool, like the pancakes one or the snow mounds. And the only other time was like putting in like $5 so I could get a legendary card because there was like a legendary chest and I never had one yet. We're not finishing Bleach today. Nah, I needed a break. I needed a mental break. My blood pressure's been getting very high and I've been just needing some time to myself just to like relax. I'm probably gonna go out for a walk later. I usually like leave like my weekends to like go out and like do some walks or whatever just to like really relieve stress. By the way, let me know if you guys want. If we have enough people that actually like Clash Royale within the community, we could always start up a clan. I think it'd be fun to have like a community based on like I think it'd be fun to have like a power scaling Clash Royale community. That'd be pretty fun. I don't think the game is going to help your blood pressure. This game is helping my blood pressure just fine. I've been winning just fine. I'm going to crash the fuck out, dude. I'm going to crash the fuck out, dude. Who the fuck throws a goddamn green thing back, man? How the fuck does it hit me when I use a gun? Alright. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. I don't think I've ever been hit with this many back thrown, green gloves, bro. What the fuck? Dude, if that hit me... Oh, my grandmother, if that had hit me. Dude, why do people keep throwing shit back? Fucking degenerates. A lot of you. Fuck it, I'm going for items. Ooh, whoever tried to do that, your mom's a hoe. This is fine. Okay, people got hit. This is good. Okay. Fuck all of you and your items. No one's getting jack shit from me. Come on. Let's go. W multitasking, W movement, W... Hit everybody, hit everybody, hit everybody, hit everybody, hit everybody, come on. Oh, there's no way I didn't pick that up. There's no way I didn't pick that up and I just left myself defenseless for the final fucking stretch while everybody else has items. Teammate, get hit by this. No! Teammate, you fucking dumbass, stupid cocksucker! My teammate's an actual fucking dickhead. My teammate is an actual fucking cocksucker, dude. How the fuck do you go left towards your teammate when you're going to be attacked by a blue shell? Under what kind of logic does that even remotely make sense? Hit everybody else, not the teammate that's gonna help you get fucking... Alright, whatever. We won anyway, doesn't matter. I just watched the video about how far Jotaro's at Jihui in One Piece. It says Jotaro goes to Sabaody and loses, but he's not passing Crocodile Smoker, but the scaler says Jotaro is MFTL. There is like some weird MFTL scaling. Would pay good money to see the Smash Brothers movie. Would you pay good money to see the Smash Brothers movie? I wouldn't pay good money to go see movies in general. I don't go to the theater, but if there was a Smash Brothers movie, I think it would be pretty interesting. I think it'd be fun. I wouldn't have an issue with it. I'd go see it day one. I'd go see it, like, of the weekend of, at least. Are you going to make a video about saying Goku and the fraud Goku agenda? 100%. I could probably do so. I can probably do so. That honestly doesn't sound like a bad idea. This isn't going to help your mood, man. It's helping my mood just fine. You people just don't know what you're talking about. I am doing perfectly fine. I've never been more calm in my life. And no, I have not seen live-action Wapple. I usually don't follow, like, live-action stuff. Do you think One Piece is planetary from Whitebeard? I've already asked this question before, but I forgot your answer. You can technically make One Piece planetary from Whitebeard. There's kind of, like, nothing... Especially when you have much weaker characters than Whitebeard. Essentially pull off feats like splitting continents and damaging them, and you have characters that scale far above them. Considering that you can quantify gear for Luffy, and you can also quantify... Considering that Luffy's gears are quantifiable, I really don't have an issue with Whitebeard being planetary, specifically from the statement, especially when you have supporting information like quantifiable calcs, continental feats, so on and so forth. Sengoku versus Megumi. The biggest fraud in history versus the biggest fraud of today. Megumi wasn't a fraud, he just didn't have the mentality. Sengoku's just a straight-up fraud that has to essentially get bailed out by his mans. He looks scary? That's good. Granted, Wapple, healthy, well-fed Sengoku was fighting for his life with 1 HP guard. Bro is not surviving the 1 foot in God Valley. That's what I'm saying, dude. That's what I'm fucking saying. Megumi's potential, man. Not necessarily a fraud. That's what I'm saying. Like, a fraud would be somebody that's, like, propped up to be, like, a massive force of nature within the context of the story, and they just never actually meet those allegations. Kind of like King from One Punch Man. Kind of like King. He's a fucking fraud. But what's his face? But what's his face? Megumi? They prop up Megumi as like someone who has great potential, but he's not. He doesn't really do a lot with it besides potentially trying to get himself killed. How am I being kept up with by a fucking Hatsune Miku, bruh? Uh... I keep getting hit when I don't have invincibility, and nothing happens when I do. Fuck me, man. Alright, shit, we take these. Me, they were... Oh, I was too far away from this bitch. I was too close to this bitch, I mean. And this item does not help me out whatsoever right now. No, we don't take that shortcut. Come on, teammate. Alright, if I'm not reading any comments, by the way, your mothers, all of your mothers are wonderful women who absolutely raised wonderful individuals. Every person in this stupid ass fuck ass lobby is such a great individual, and I hope that they get taken care of, even in their old... Even in their elderly years. God damn it, dude. Can I just not get completely cocked for one goddamn second, dude? This is cancer! God. Alright. That was certainly one of the experiences of all time, and I'm pretty sure we won in terms of... No, we didn't. We didn't even get close. Nah. Also, the SpongeBob stuff came out. Many to play after so long. Yeah. It's a fun game. I would definitely recommend it. Shit. It's probably Trenton, don't worry about it. What are you talking about? Alright, I got the horn. I don't... Was this supposed to lower your blood pressure? Hey, what's up, One Smart? Yeah, it was supposed to. But I got everything that I wanted. By the way, you guys like my Krabby Mobile? You guys like my Paddy Wagon? I gave it the whatchamacallit? What was this shit called? You guys remember that episode of SpongeBob where Mr. Krabs essentially let sold the Krusty Krabs IP or whatever, and he essentially, or like he sold the name Krusty Krab, and they essentially turned it into, what was it, more like a sports bar style restaurant where the burgers essentially had like a gray sludge inside of them. I kind of turned that into the Miku. Eon, the Miku. He is the server Miku Gooner. Who? Trenton? I'm not sure what you're referring to, man. Sengoku versus the Hyuga clan? I'd probably give it to the Hyuga clan. I'd probably give it to them. I don't think they're that strong, as a matter of fact. I think the Hyuga clan is like, at least as far as the larger context of the Naruto verse, a really weak clan by all by all metrics, but like, Sengoku has no feats. The argument for Jotaro beating Logia users was that he outspeeds them with his ass pull MFTL, and they say Logia intangibility is just as a reflex. It's not, but yeah. I know that like Jotaro is considered MFTL because of some stuff from like part 3, where he reacts to Silver Chariot, who has some light speed scaling after fighting the guy that could like teleport his stand through reflections of light, and it's supposed to be faster than that, although unquantifiably. So it is like faster than light, but there's no reason to say MFTL, especially without any form of quantification. What do you think, Megumi? What do you think of Megumi dying to Maharaga after failing to remove the spider from his house with his own ability? Yeah, I mean, Megumi, I think that's a fair fraud allegation, right? Like, Megumi really wanted to get rid of the spider, he couldn't, so yeah, I mean, he got clipped. What do you want me to tell you? Listen, I would personally say that it is a completely reasonable and justifiable crash out from Megumi if he wanted to, like, wipe out everything inside the crib just to, take out a spider. I think that's fine. I don't see anything wrong with that, honestly. I don't see that as any kind of an over exaggeration. Sometimes people just really hate spiders, and I think that's completely fine. Where the fuck is the Sonic logo? The fuck? It's not this one. It's not that one. I'm sorry, did I not have the Sonic logo? Oh. Sure. Sure. Spiders can be cute little guys. I don't agree with that. As someone who has arachnophobia, I can't agree with that. As a matter of fact, someone once told me, I was having a conversation with a friend once, and he was like, dude, would you ever be down to go to, like, a trip to Australia? I heard the women there are so fucking attractive, especially with, like, the accents and stuff like that. And I'm like, listen, bro. Listen here, and I'm going to just be real with you. There is no way I'm ever setting foot in Australia, because I found out that they have an entire season where they have, like, an entire season called, like, Spider Season, where, like, where, like, spiders cover, like, specific parts of, like, specific, like, trees and areas with their web. It's, like, absolutely massive. And he was like, come on now, but, like, we don't have to go during that time. You know what I'm saying? Like, we could go any other time. And I'm like, true, but also, have you heard of like Australian mega spiders? Yeah, fuck no. I see one of those things inside my house, I am burning down the entire continent. I am lighting the whole thing on fire. They like being pet? Fuck no. I don't care about them being harmless. They can be as harmless as they want. I completely comprehend that. But here's the thing. There is such a thing as, once again, arachnophobia. It is a irrational fear, and I'm not working through that shit, bruh. They do not, like the four beady eyes, the fangs. I can't do that, man. I genuinely cannot do that. By the way, this game sold me out because I had, where the fuck is my, the fuck? Why don't I have I'm supposed to have like a specific Sonic decal. Yeah, I'm scared of spiders. Yeah, it's completely reasonable. What sane man isn't? Not scared of Spider-Man, I hope. No, I'm not afraid of Spider-Man, though it always did, like, throw me off as a kid whenever they had, like, the original Spider-Man episodes with, like, him becoming Man-Spider. Those always threw me off. Would you ever go skydiving? Yeah, I would. I'd love to. A couple of friends of mine actually went skydiving. They said it was, like, what, like $300, $400 or something? It wasn't bad. I'd love to go skydiving myself. I think it'd actually be really fun. Why can't I find it? Time the fuck out. Most spiders are harmless? I believe it. I still don't want them anywhere near me. I wasn't there. What did you say in response to my question? Oh, yeah, Whitebeard is, I do think that the whole Whitebeard planetary statement is completely fair, considering that weaker characters are stated verbatim to be continental, and they have feats that also back it up. And I think that considering that Luffy is capable of, or at least it's possible to quantify Luffy's amps while in Gear 4, I think that it's completely plausible. How about scuba diving? I'm trying to plan out a trip next summer. I would love to. I have been scuba diving before. The experience was fun. I did it with my brother once. It was pretty interesting. I'm not gonna lie. The only thing was that, like, at the time I was, like, very nervous about this kind of stuff. So I would. I'll be honest. I actually did end up wasting my air tank very quickly because I didn't really comprehend that, like, you're supposed to just breathe in and out like normal. If you breathe out in and out quicker, you'll actually end up running out of oxygen very quickly. When I actually ended up having a larger oxygen tank than my brother, but I ended up running out of air quick just because I was very stressed out by it. I will also say that, like, you do have to listen to whatever the instructors do say whenever they tell you, like, you have to come up very slowly, because depending on at the depths that you'll be going down, you do want to come up as slowly as possible, since it will physically cause damage to your body if you don't. Half of my brain wants to try skydiving, and half of my brain is like, fuck no, I'm not trying to die again. You're not gonna die, and usually you can't even go skydiving alone. You have to you have to at least go down with a instructor. What do you think about Zoro versus Law? Shambles the swords away, slash Zoro through, clean through. Kinda nothing he can do. Unless you can somehow believe that Zoro has Conqueror's Haki equivalent to that of a Yonko, which I definitely don't believe that would be the case. I got a sticker earlier for Sonic and now I can't use it. What the fuck? I swear the decal you are looking for is on the second page at the bottom of it. Are you thinking of the same Sonic one that I'm thinking of? Because there's a Sonic one where, like, the original image of, like, Sonic from Adventure 1 from, like, the cover. There's an image of, like, Sonic like that, but I can't find it. It's nowhere. That's so dumb. I can't find it. Well, I guess the game took it away from me. Whatever. You know what? We are going to go online, but I'm going to have just some fun myself. Ooh. Wait. Okay, and then... Wait. And then... Yeah. Yeah. Make these motherfuckers see this shit. Yeah. Alright. I'm gonna swap out games, actually. Oh, wait! Guys! That's what I wanted to do with you guys. Alright, I don't have a lot of time. I'm probably gonna stick around until, like, maybe 5. Guys, we can play Tabs! Totally accurate battle simulator. You guys want to do that? Alright. Vote your team. Wait. Alright, we're gonna do... Alright. We're gonna vote for your side. What are you guys gonna align with? Are you guys gonna align with the red team, or are you guys gonna align with the blue team? We're gonna do this. Let's do some fucking Tabs sandbox. The Shinju destroys the Shinju tree? No, it doesn't. It really doesn't. They don't have chakra. It doesn't absorb anything then. Okay. What do you guys... What should we do? What should we do? Alright. We're gonna do Tribal Sandbox. Let's do Ancient 1. This game is so underrated. I agree. Alright. Everyone that is blue team, what side... Okay, first of all, we're going to start off with blue team. Guys, what is going to be our spending limit? What's going to be the spending limit? Bastard debater? Yeah. Law, those not have impressive hockey feats. Sanji low diffs him. He doesn't need impressive hockey feats. He just needs to be able to out-hack Sanji. Alright. What should be 10,000? What should be the spending limit? You know what? I'll decide the spending limit. It'll be 7,500. The spending limit will be 7,500. What do you guys want, blue team? What do you guys want for your... This one will be specifically for blue team. This one will be specifically for blue team. All right. Blue team. Blue team only. Actually, the Shinju beings? What are the Shinju beings? They really don't solo One Piece or Bleach. They really don't. What do they have that's so impressive? What do they do that's so impressive? If you're going to say MFTL speed, what makes them MFTL? Alright. Law can one-shot Sanji, but Sanji cannot one-shot Law. Yeah. Alright. We're gonna start setting up units. Alright, so for those I guess you're the only one in red. There's supposed to be like at least there's 12 people on stream, so that means there's supposed to be at least 4. Blue team, what do you guys want for your what do you guys want to spend 5,000 on? You guys have up to 7,500. What should we spend it on? It's crazy to say that Sanji performs better against Law than Zoro due to matchup style. Probably. Probably make the argument. What should we go for? We have Renaissance, Dynasty, Viking, Ancient, Medieval, Farmer, Tribal, Secret, Good, Evil, Legacy, Wild West, and then we're back to Spooky, Pirate. Yeah. Rope, Eon. What's Rope? Not really. I think Zoro's stronger. Let's do Legacy. Evil? We're going to do Evil? Alright, Blue Team. I guess we're doing Evil. You guys have up to 7,500. Spooky, Wild West. Alright, we'll do Evil, Spooky, and Wild West. Let's pick out some of these things. You guys have choices between the Mad Mechanic, an Exiled Sentinel, a Shadow Walker, Void Monarch, Deathbringer, Tempest Lynch, or Void Cultists. What are we going to go with? Have a good one, Drake. What should we go with? You guys have up to 7,500 points to vote for any of these. Void Monarch. You guys want a Void Monarch? How many? How many Void Monarchs do you guys want? We're going to put the Void Monarch here. Oh, and a Shadow Walker. I like the... Oh, wait. Remove unit. A Shadow Walker. We're going to throw in some Shadow Walkers. How many? How many Shadow Walkers? Alright. Somebody said they wanted Wild West. Lapis said he wants Wild West. So let's edit faction. Let's go to Wild West. What do you want, Lapis? You want some Quick Draw, Deadeye, Lasso, Gunslinger, Cactus, or Miner, or Dynamite Thrower? AoE or single hit? I'm not sure. I barely played this. You vote Storm? You vote the Storm? Alright. What do we do here? Lasso, Gunslinger, Cactus, Miner, Dynamite, Thrower, Quick Draw, Deadeye, Gunslinger? How many do we get? And then we'll leave it at that, and then we'll... Oh, wait, let me remove that. And then finally, we'll do... Spooky. Let's do some Spooky. We only have about 700 points left, so whatever you guys decide on, we'll spend the last 700 points on it. There are Vampires, Candleheads, Skeletal Archers, and Skeletal Warriors. What do we spend them on? You guys have 700 points. Oh, vampires? Sweet. Alright. We'll do some vampires here and here. 7,000. And then, since we only get one more, we'll do some skeletal warriors. Yeah, we'll do some skeletal warriors. Alright. Now, red side. What the fuck are we going to do for red side? What do we do for red side? What does red side want? You guys want Dynasty, Viking, Ancient, Medieval, Tribal, Secret, Good, Evil, Spooky, Wild West, Pirate. What does red side get? Old Whitebeard over Akainu. Akainu only got his first hit in with Whitebeard, got a heart attack, but they are relative. You know what? Actually, here's what we'll do. I'll be red side Secret. Secret. There we go. Oh, we can't use Secret yet. Has unlimited division, yeah. Jura can snipe from countries away, except he doesn't really do that in terms of an actual fight. The Clog Rhymes allow them to build up their numbers with more notable fighters. That last one isn't really much of an argument. And Shinju has unlimited divisions, but they also get dumber and dumber every time. Okay, I'll choose for red side. Let's see. Ooh, peasants. No, let's not do peasants. I will do good. Since I have this many as well. I will do a chronomancer. I'll do Chronomancer, Sacred Elephant. Yeah. We'll leave it at that for now. We'll do some Ancient. Let's try a Sarisa. Let's try some Sarisas. Let's try some Snake Archers. And then we'll need some guys for the front line, so I'll actually throw in some medieval guys, and we'll do some knights. And since I only have enough, I'll do that. Oh, shit. Here's a knight. Let's do some farmers. And, 2 halflings. Alright, wait. Alright. Let the cattle commence! Holy shit. Holy shit. They're already dying. Jesus Christ. What the fuck? Holy shit. Holy shit. Chronomancers might be crazy. Oh, what the fuck? Wait, what the fuck? What's happening? Holy shit. Jesus Christ. Dude, they're getting blasted. Alright, I guess blue wins. I guess blue wins. What the fuck just happened? I guess blue wins. Sure. I don't like the idea. I upped that older, weaker. I don't remember anything suggesting Cabana really got weaker. That older equals weaker. Whitebeard got weaker because he had super cancer. We win? I guess so. Jesus Christ. I thought I had that. Alright. You guys want to change up your builds? I feel like you guys are mostly having your conversations. Let's switch it up. I'm going to just switch up to Wizard Legends for a bit. You have actual feats that say they are city level, not just being vaguely stronger than town level. Also, the entertainment district isn't a town, and he doesn't scale to that feat. Didn't they only, like, destroy a couple of city blocks at best? Like a block or two in the entertainment district? And it wasn't even out of outright attack potency? Yeah. As a clerk, yeah. Alright. I don't have anything here. Yeah, we're just gonna go in. You guys are having discussions about Demon Slayer? What do you think about Toji versus Kenjaku? I think Toji might unironically have a kind of a tough time to deal with, considering that, like, Kenjaku doesn't really feel like the kind of guy that really lowers his guard. Might be able to counter that by saying that, like, you know, Kenjaku literally got off-guarded by Yuta, but it was less of a case of him being off-guarded because Yuta was too fast, and more so him being off-guarded because he was literally put in a position that he had never been in before. Mind you, we're talking about the guy... Oh, shit. Oh. I don't exactly know... I mean... It's kind of weird. I will start the playing album at 9 p.m. Okay, sweet. Okay, then I'm wrong with the release stuff. Run the chat that at 8:30 in the Discord server we'll be listening to stages 1 through 4, everywhere of everything at all at once. Cool. What game is this, Eon? Oh, it's Wizard of Legends. It's like an arcadey style roguelite. You're a wizard, you get different kind of powers based on, like, the elements that you're using, and you just have to kind of just get to the end. It's kind of... Think of it kind of like Hades, if you've ever played Hades or Hades 2. Think of it like that, except without, you know, the interesting characters and the lore. It's more so just, hey, you want to be Wizard of Legend? Sure, here's the elements, here's the arcana you can learn, try it out. And that's kind of it. Oh, Jesus Christ. Alright. Let's keep going. Ooh. Alright. It's pretty fun. Alright. Ooh. Kinetic energy and shit is complicated? I believe that. Alright. So yeah, you get coins as you go along in the map, and then you get to gather up stuff. It's a roguelite. Like, if you've ever played a roguelite, it's basically just that. Each time you die, you are revived with 20% of your max HP at the cost of 200 gold. Shoot, that's not bad. But I just have to have gold at me at all times. We'll do that. I don't mind. I don't mind doing that. I might try Hades 2 at some point. How much is it? I think Hades 2 is like on. Isn't it in early access? I might be wrong on that, but it shouldn't be anything more than like $20, right? I heard it's really good though, which is exciting. Honestly, I did love the first game. He did contend with Kokushibo in base, while Akaza got speed blitzed by base Kokushibo, so it's not really a crazy assumption to say Sanemi over Akaza. Isn't like the whole point of Demon Slayer that most of the Demon Slayers aren't actually... Oh, I got stuck. That most of the Demon Slayers aren't actually, you know, as powerful as the demons themselves, which is why they have to, like, also jump them at times. Fuck. I just stood there. I just stood there and let that thing hit me. Sweet. Let's get more money. Let's get more gems. Let's get more stuff. Sweet. Base Akaza is a bum. Isn't Akaza always in base, though? Have you played Arc Raiders? I have not. I've been told about it. I've been told that it's like... I've been told a lot about it, especially from some friends from that I play Magic the Gathering with. They were telling me that, like, yeah, I should totally get it because it's crossplay so we can all, like, play together, but... I don't know. I don't... I did get paid recently, but I don't really have the money to, like, you know, just randomly spend every 10 kills basic melee gives 10 extra gold. Sweet. But I don't really have, like, the money, nor do I really have, like, the time to, like, sit down and play another... To, like, essentially play, like, another online game. I kind of like putting in my time into games and, like, really just fleshing them out. Otherwise, I feel like if I were to get it, I would have to, at the very least, beat a game like... Bolt Rail is really good. I feel like I'd have to, like, at the very least, beat this other fuck-ass game. Ooh, that's cool. I feel like I'd have to beat Claire Obscura Expedition 33. Like, let me go back. I play Sonic Racing Cross Worlds. I've got it almost platinum. I'm only missing like 4 trophies, for example. But I'm not finishing this game until I get at least 13,000 coin tickets so that I can kind of cheese the trophy system, because it's genuinely asking me to get 18,000, and I've been playing for over how many hours at this point? 65 hours, and I've only got 6,500. It's gonna take me way too long. I have to get to 13,000. It's gonna take a while. But I can basically finish Sonic Racing Crossworld when I just slog through. Let's see. When I slog through the relay race type thing, and when I do the actually, what is the other trophy that I'm missing? That's one. That's two. That's three. Oh, and that's four. So I just have to do the relay race stuff. Once I do that, it's just about cheesing the game. As far as Marvel Rivals, that's a game I play every weekend with my friends. I'd be down to play like Arc Raiders. It doesn't seem like I wouldn't have fun with it. I actually think I would. The only thing is, again, I'd have to either A, have people to play with, and B, have the energy to play through it. But I only really ever get the chance to play with like my friends in terms of Marvel Rivals. If we're talking like Clorox Expedition 33, I'm playing that with a friend of mine. She and I are sort of just like playing through the game together, looking through the story and stuff like that. It's been really interesting. Once I finish Act 3, I'll probably play through this on my. I'll probably play through this New Game Plus with chat. I got to delete the Digimon Time Strangers demo, but I haven't been playing the finals. I already finished Dave the Diver, and I haven't gone back to it. And Monster Hunter Wilds. I haven't gone back to this game at all, just because I could. There's nothing wrong with it. Just I don't really have a chance to do it. That's how the Ten Tails Beast comes out to the planet level. Wait, what are you talking about? Go search up Calyx. It's not that hard. That's how the yeah. All right. Yeah, Reginald. Here's the thing, and not to intrude on your guys' conversation, but the burden of proof is always on you to try to prove if something is true or not. If you're gonna say a character is or isn't as strong as they are, you're gonna have to give some kind of reasoning as towards it. You can't just tell someone, "Hey, man, the Calyx are online. You can look them up," because, well, that's not on them. You're more than welcome to type it into chat. You're more than welcome to copy and paste the Calyx and type it into chat. There's nothing wrong with that. Nah, bro, what are you talking about? Black Clover. I mean, not Black Clover. Demon Slayer is 100% universal. What are you talking about? Demon Slayer is 100%. Guys, who here thinks that Demon Slayer is universal? Guys. Who here actually believes that Demon Slayer is universal? Demon Slayer is universal, right? I believe it's universal. I think it's universal. You need Demon Slayer? So Demon Slayer? Let's see. Let me see. What do you guys think? Yeah, totally. They're universal because Muzan scales above a character that created an entire time space where they can manipulate everything inside of it. That's why they're universal. And if you don't say that they're if you don't think that they're universal because of that, then you're biased and you don't know what you're talking about and your scaling's bad and wrong. That's how it works, right? That's how it works. Yeah. All right, first boss. It's as real as my understanding of Baki. I think I have a pretty good understanding of Baki, and it's mid as fuck. Jesus. There's no way that still hit me. Oh, he's mad. Ooh, get away from me. All right, we got him. Yeah, if you say no, you're biased and you're downplaying chat. That's what I'm saying, bro. Demon Slayer is 100% universal. Anyone who can't comprehend why Eon Baki Invisible Food is so peak, you're bugging out of your fucking mind. Eon, provide a 3-hour lecture on the philosophical themes of Baki pissing his pants. A 3-hour lecture, dude? At that point, somebody's actually gonna have to pay me, man. I don't think I could talk about Baki for 3 hours straight, dude. I don't think I could. Sure, I'll take this. Oh, that literally turns me into a fucking homing missile. This has to be a fact. Ain't no way to talk no jutsu. Almost all of One Piece's villains, especially Celestial Dragon, he's gonna have the Rasen gonna kill Celestial Dragons. Date bayo. Yeah, type shit. Oh, this motherfucker. Yeah, bitch. Ooh. Ooh, I hate this dude so much. I'm killing you once if it fuck. I hate this guy. Ah. I hate this dude. Why didn't I revive? Didn't I have the money? Fuck. I really just got called a broke-ass motherfucker by this game. You have to go through 3 lifetimes in 1 second, create infinite altars to John ReZero and buttfuck yourself backwards to maybe bypass all of Reinhardt's hacks abilities. What the fuck are you guys talking about? What the fuck are you guys talking about? Dude, I fucking hate this game. I got 74. Damn it. Why do you hate Invisible Food? It is peak conclusion. It's really not. You're telling me for years and years people have been waiting for Baki to finally get some respect from Yujiro Hanma just for respect to be Invisible Food? Invisible Food, Baki. The Invisible Food. It's the Invisible Food, Baki. I don't know, man. The 50 enemies using... I just have to defeat 4 more of these fuckers? Alright, that works. Yeah. Is it pretty exciting? I feel like you're lying to me. Lightning Spinner. We're gonna take this. Look up Reinhardt's Divine Protection to see what I'm talking about. Sure. Sure. Oh, this is trash. Oh, this is not that great. Yeah, I'll take this. What if the One Piece is Invisible Food, Eon? I will probably never want to watch One Piece again, and that'll be the last time I ever make any content on the series. Sometimes Ellie's videos on Bleach. I have not. Did you guys... Let me look this person up real quick. Sometime Ellie... The mistakes of Bleach and My Hero Academia. Why the anime community sucks. The mistakes of My Hero Academia Part 2. The era of pseudo-intellectuals, another retrospective on internet culture. I have not. Debunking every argument against Bleach. You know what? Let me do something real quick. I played enough. Let's hide that. Bring this down. Bring this up. All right. No, you don't have to post the video link. I'll check out some stuff. I got a little bit of time. Let me check out their channel. Oh, I don't have my headphones connected to my thing. I have my Jujutsu Kaisen is back. New manga. Yeah. Falling Out of Love with Black Clover. Shonen Reclaim. Ooh. What's that about? Look at what sent you in general chat. It's not even all of Reinhardt's hacks abilities. Sure. I'll check it out in just a second. Discord. What anime teaches you about being an adult? Okay. Let me check this video out real quick.
Bleach fan, then you probably remember the dark days when everybody was shitting on the series and we were fighting for dear life trying to beat the fill of allegations. But over the past few years, I think it is safe to say that Bleach has almost fully reclaimed its old reputation. With new fans discovering the series every day, this masterpiece is finally getting back the love it has always.
Masterpiece is a very subjective set of words that one could use to describe Bleach. Kenami Solo pre-time skip. Go check out that video probably for another stream. Why do people put "yup, she's done" as if Pokimane is gonna lose her entire fucking millions of dollars out of nowhere just because? And this video isn't great. I'll decide that.
However,
I'll
despite
decide
the
that for
resurgence
myself.
of popularity the series has seen recently, I feel like the old arguments that once plagued the series and ruined its reputation have never got a proper pushback.
Whoa. Okay, time out. Before we check this shit out, let me read this. What the fuck is this? Okay, Reinhardt has countless divine protections due to his role as the Sword Saint and his connection with the old Lagna, the world's will, which grants him any protection he needs in any situation. Enables the user to come back to life immediately, only once if they die. Enables the user to come back to life immediately, only once if they die, as Reinhardt will always be revived by the world upon being killed. He would continue to receive next versions of the divine protection ability. The divine protection of judgment enables the user to know of any divine protections that another individual has. Makes the user move to magic buffs, magic debuffs, and curse arts. Resistant to miasma, reflect water magic, cut 80% of the damage of fire magic, 80% of wind magic, decreases the effect of earth, darkness, light, disentanglement, projectile, blue sky. Any attack when they are under blue skies allows the user to become stronger than when under rainy skies, under morning skies, under night skies. Enables the user to first attack out an opponent, to always land, and to never fall victim to surprise attacks. You know what's crazy? Let me see. Enables the user to instinctively know how to counter or dodge attacks that they've experienced for the first time, including surprise attacks. If the user is unable to physically avoid the attack, will not activate. Enables the user to intuitively respond to an attack and experience twice or vastly greater speeds, including surprise attacks. Enables the user to blah, 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 blah. Okay. Salt reasoning. User to never mistake salt with sugar. Prevents the user from being sick. Immune to disease. Resistant to all types of poisons. User to know where any escape route is. It enables the user regarding for its user, turning the process into trial and error. Informs the user when someone is up to no good, sinking into sand, kicking up into the air, being obstructed by fog, walk on clouds, the user getting hit by lightning, unusual swift speeds, how to not only train themselves but also other people, fight with their bare hands, makes the user users held magic items, any kind of vehicle, any kind of animal, strong enough to shed as they shed their more blood. User to excel at painting or drawing, charismatic, yeah, supreme food, yeah. You know what's crazy? The OC to my story could unironically kill him in one hit. The OC to my story could unironically crush him in one hit. He could quite literally just snap his fingers and warp this guy into a vacuum of space. I don't think, unless he has a protection against that. And I still think I could, and I think my OC can still beat this dude. Something you don't like doesn't need to be, something you like doesn't need to be the best thing ever. The true value of media isn't its objective quality, it's the value you can personally draw out of. I agree with that. I can 100% agree with that. I've said this before. I don't like Bleach, but I can 100%, I will never tell anybody, Bleach, listen, if you like Bleach, you're an idiot. Okay, he can survive in space. That's fine. Can he survive being torn into a black hole and then blasted out of a white hole at the same time? I don't know, man. Anyway, I'm not ever gonna tell somebody that if they're wrong for liking Bleach or they're wrong for liking any series, unless that series is Attack on Titan. I'm kidding. I don't really give a shit about Attack on Titan. All right, that's fair. Can he survive being turned inside out? Anyway, so yeah, no, I don't know. If you think of a hacks, Reinhardt has it. Okay, that's fair. For when Don Krieg solos all of fiction, unless it's morally objectable. Yeah. Unless it's like a morally objectable thing, like reading Mein Kampf or some shit, I think that like you're basically allowed to like more or less any series, and nobody should really tell you that you're wrong for liking it. I think it's completely fine. I think my only reason comes in when like people try to dismiss. I think my biggest issue, and just with this whole conversation about Bleach as a whole, when people try to dismiss some very valid criticisms as like, oh, you're just reading into it deep, or you're not like properly understanding what the author's trying to convey, because I don't think that like there's really you haven't missed a lot. We've swapped out games here and there. I don't even think I'm gonna leave this stream up. I'm just gonna take down the stream and just private it afterwards. People really aren't missing much.
Your blood or anime comes.
Wait.
Imagine a tournament where
Not
if you're an
that.
OG Bleach fan, then you probably remember.
Yeah.
However, despite the resurgence of popularity the series has seen recently, I feel like the old arguments that once plagued the series.
Bleach is better than Dragon Ball. That's final, no debating. Well, no, there's definitely. Hey, what's up, Lord IMAX? Well, here's the thing. There is debating. It's subjective to say that it's better than Dragon Ball. It's not. It's never been as. If you're going by any objective metrics, I don't think it's ever even. How could someone in One Piece even defeat Daemon? If you get attacked and repelled against you, even if it is intent, yeah, and you can just be a Logia user, so unless you have Daemon quite literally being able to hurt fire with fire, I don't think he's going to be able to do anything. I think Logia users like Hizaru unironically can just deal with Daemon's ability by the simple fact that they get... Oh, can you explain Uni Demon Slayer? It's Uni because I say so, and if you think that I'm wrong or that I have to provide any more evidence other than the fact that Muzan has a demon that is able to teleport people and trap them in a dimension of their own creation that is infinite in size, and Muzan clearly scales above this character, then you are objectively wrong and you just hate Demon Slayer and you're just mad that Demon Slayer is more popular than your favorite anime, and I don't need to provide more context because my context is objective in every sense of the word. That's why. Over Dragon Ball is fan service, yeah. It really only has that over Dragon Ball.
Never got a proper pushback, and in my opinion, it's only a matter of time once 1,000-year blood war anime comes to an end before we start hearing the same nonsensical takes all over again. And that's why
nonsensical takes, sure.
Videos to try to clear the series name of any unjustified slander it has received or will receive once the hype dies down.
Okay.
And just a real quick disclaimer, by the way, if you don't like Bleach, it's fine. I'm not here to tell you what to like.
Oh, I'm not. I'm just private. There's nothing important about the stream. We're just fucking around, just shooting shit. It doesn't really matter if I keep it up or not. But most attacks from endgame Logia coat their attacks in hockey. You could argue that they do. Although I don't know how Daemon exactly is reflecting hockey back. Is anyone in Invincible versus... Is anyone in the Invincible versus Alpha? What are you talking about?
Here, as bad as some make it out to be with just facts. So without further ado, let's just get right into it.
Bad
Starting
story.
with one of the most important aspects of any series and one of the most criticized aspects of Bleach, the story. I've personally heard all sorts of crazy takes about Bleach's story, ranging from it's bland, repetitive, it's mediocre at best, or it doesn't have a story at all. And I think there are several reasons why people end up with this perception, but if I had to boil it down, I would say it mostly comes from two key factors. Bleach's story is unique, and arguably it's a lot harder to market to a broad audience compared to most popular shonen. What I mean by this is, Bleach is not the kind of series where you can fully grasp the core of its narrative just by reading the first 200 take even enough to hook you, but you won't get anywhere near the full picture. In my opinion, Bleach is one of...
What do you mean by you won't get anywhere near the full picture? What's the full picture of Bleach?
Those series that you truly start to appreciate on a rewatch, especially if you're paying close attention to the subtle details and foreshadowing. To put this into perspective, let's compare it to its peers in the big three, One Piece and Naruto. It's no secret that both One Piece and Naruto explore deep and complex themes just like Bleach, but unlike Bleach, they are significantly more popular and generally speaking, receive significantly more praise for their writing. That praise, however, does not always correlate directly with the actual writing quality. Having fully watched One Piece and the OG Naruto, I can confidently say that all three series are comparable when it comes to writing quality. But even if
No, the fuck they are not. What the... No, the fuck they are not the same in terms of writing quality. They are not. That is the most blatant lie I've heard in a hot minute. Listen, as someone who has been consistently reading Bleach day after day for fucking weeks, I would be lying to myself if I said that the writing quality of this series isn't even on remotely on par with One Piece in terms of most aspects, whether it's world building, whether it's maybe a foreshadowing. You know what? I will be willing to grant you foreshadowing. You know what? I don't even think because the foreshadowing is great in Bleach. I think it's just because the foreshadowing is like more so like a callback to something rather than like, it feels more like callbacks rather than like actual foreshadowing for like future events. It really doesn't feel that way. And even then it feels so subtle, and unlike One Piece where it's like, well, Luffy being the god Nika versus Kenpachi foreshadowing his fight against Yhwach. I don't think that that's necessarily even remotely as relevant to the story as something like that. Anyway, what the fuck is so good about Bleach's writing? Like, genuinely, like, what puts it on the same place as One Piece, a series where it not only does the world feel alive, but each of the characters consistently feels like they're doing something and constantly growing towards something, unlike Bleach, where most of them just feel stagnant and don't feel like they don't do anything, bro. Sorry.
we were to assume for the sake of argument that One Piece and Naruto have
Mid just means middling. It just means not great, but not bad. It means that it is just average, mediocre. It doesn't do anything fantastic. It doesn't do anything terrible. Or even then, for the things that it might do in a very high fantastic sense, it might not be terrible. What do you mean potential stalemate against current Damon? Because, let's be honest here, what does Damon really do against them? He doesn't have any offensive ninjutsu. He only ever uses taijutsu. And I could genuinely just argue that he could... And all things considered, you can genuinely just argue that at some point, a hit's gonna happen. Like... I'm sorry when I say I'm sorry when I say that like world building in Bleach is so bare minimum, just as Six pointed it out, where like what the fuck do half of the squads do? Like, generally speaking, what is the purpose of half the squads? If you have certain squads like a medical division, if you have an assassination division, which never comes up and never even remotely matters, they're just glorified messengers. The strongest squad, which isn't even an actual division, it's just the squad that considers themselves the strongest overall. Or you have the head captain Yamamoto's squad, which I think is just him and his lieutenant. But I guess he's a leader, so I guess you could consider that its own squad in and of itself. The Research and Development Squad, which is Squad 12. Besides them, what the fuck do any of the squads even remotely do? What is their purpose? What do they focus on? They don't focus on anything. They're just other combat divisions. So at that point, it's like, you really should only have like 3 or 4 division squads that are different, and then like a larger main squad that just focuses on overall combat like everybody else. I looked into the wiki, and apparently Hell isn't part of the 3 worlds for some reason. I shouldn't have to read the data books for that stuff. Here's the thing, if I have to read data books in order to comprehend things from the story, I'm just not... Then, once again, the series has failed to convey these things within its own narrative. They can't hurt each other. Until I find out what exactly the Achilles heel of Damon's ability is, I will agree with you. But if and when Damon shows any kind of weakness to anything, whether it's a potential limit to his ability, a potential limit in stamina, a potential... Can you read at all? Yes, I can. What have I not read?
Is big enough to justify the massive gap in recognition and praise they get. In my opinion, one of the biggest reasons, if not the biggest reason, One Piece and Naruto tend to get more credit for their storytelling is because they follow a more straightforward plot-driven structure that is easier to market.
Bleach isn't about what the 13 court guard squads do, yeah, but it's still part of the world building. I'd still like to know what they do. I'd still like to know what their purpose is, because if at that point, why have 13 court guard squads? If only a few squads actually have... The point of having different squads and squad captains is to have different means by which they help out and do things for the Soul Society. Again, a medical squad, a research and development squad. Even Kenpachi Zaraki, I'm willing to grant you that. I'm even willing to grant you Kenpachi Zoraki having his own personalized squad in the sense of them being the strongest, but it doesn't really mean anything.
Market and easier for audience to get attached to, as even if you were to ignore their deeper, more complex themes, they would still work as a classic goal-driven adventures that keep people hooked on the journey alone. Bleach, on the other hand, leans far more into character-driven storytelling.
What do you mean character-driven storytelling? Because last time I checked, out of the 2 characters that are on the story right now, one never has his reasonings for doing the things that he does explain, and then the other one could quite literally be removed from the series, and quite literally nothing changes. As a matter of fact, one of these guys is completely inconsequential to the plot and narrative as a whole. They literally don't change anything. Their existence means absolutely nothing within the grander scheme of things.
Of that later, and that kind of narrative is not as immediately accessible or easy to digest, especially for younger viewers, casual anime fans, or those who prefer more direct conventional storytelling. To make this point clearer, let me use an analogy. When you're watching the big 3, it's kind of like looking at a massive beautiful canvas, but you're only shown a small chunk at a time. With Bleach, if you're only seeing that one part, for most people it is decent or good enough, but for a significant chunk of people it might seem a bit mediocre or directionless at first glance, hence the all style no substance notion. With One Piece and Naruto, though, even if you don't have the full picture yet, the part you do see already looks good for most people, because if
what is Renji's character development? What character development does he go through? The only character development Renji legitimately goes through that isn't inherently tied to his quote-unquote power is just the Soul Society arc where he says, fuck the status quo, I'm gonna go save Rukia. Yeah, no, you're right, Lapis. I agree with you.
Clear journey to follow and something to latch onto, like watching Luffy's pursuit to become the Pirate King, or relating to Naruto because neither of you was loved as a child or got any girls. Though, unlike Naruto, it's highly unlikely that you will ever reach.
He learns how to catch a W? Yeah, I guess. If learning how to win is Renji's big... Eon hasn't watched Bleach. That's just blatantly untrue. As a matter of fact, I watched Bleach growing up, and I literally read through. Actually, I have blatant evidence of me reading through over what is it? As a matter of fact, let me do this right now. Let me actually tie this up with you guys real quick before I go back to this video. Let's see. Live streams. Anyway, live streams. Let's see. 5 hours of reading Bleach, 4 hours of reading Bleach, 6 hours of reading Bleach, 5 hours of reading Bleach, 4 hours of reading Bleach, 5 hours of reading Bleach, more reading Bleach, more reading Bleach, more reading Bleach. Like, I've read Bleach. I did. He hasn't paid attention? What do you mean I haven't paid attention? What I haven't paid attention to? Instead of saying broad... Wait. How about this? Here's what we're... No, I know he's just rage baiting. So here's what's going to happen. Here's actually what's going to happen. I really don't care about this. Here's what you two, Ama and Reginald, here's what you're going to do. You're going to explain to me what I didn't read or watch about Bleach, and you're going to tell me what exactly I haven't paid attention to. And if your next comments aren't specifically and comprehensively explaining that, I don't care if you have to use Google Translate or whatever, if you cannot comprehensively explain to me what it is that I haven't paid attention to, or what it is that I haven't read about the series without it being some extremely vague comment, I am going to quite literally time you both out for over a week. If you don't care, that's fine. It's completely fine. But then I don't have to deal with you guys for a while. And honestly, that just helps out my blood pressure. You can do either one of those two, or you can either do that, or I simply time you out, and it doesn't matter. Anyway, what's good, Bob?
Watching Luffy's pursuit to become the pirate is the goal that everything built toward. So if you don't pay... Bleach, however, does not have that kind of journey or a clear end goal that everything built toward. So if you don't pay close attention...
No, please don't. I'm going to give you one more chance. If the next comment I don't see from you comprehensively tells me what exactly I did not pay attention to, I don't care what it is. The next comment, I will quite literally time you out for a week. I don't care. Perfect. See? Like that. Put user on timeout, and we'll put actually for 24 hours. And every time I see your name pop up, I will continue to time you out. There we go.
To the details of the storytelling went over your head.
I'm very fine. I am very much okay with people disagreeing with me and people, telling me if I didn't understand something. That's completely fine. Something I don't appreciate, though, is people making claims like that and then not being able to express it whatsoever. Because at that point, you're just talking shit just to piss somebody off. And I've said this before, I don't like that kind of shit. I don't do rage baiting. If you can't explain why someone is wrong, what's the point in engaging? Yep.
Didn't stick around long enough to see how all the plot threads connect, then what are you supposed to enjoy or get attached to? Can you work around long enough? So if you don't pay close attention to the details of the storytelling,
I have been paying close attention.
Or you didn't stick around long enough to see how all the plot threads connect, then what are you supposed to enjoy or get attached to? Can you reach his feet? What I'm trying to say is, just because Bleach doesn't follow a straightforward plot-driven structure,
Kubo did really mess up with Kido. Kido had so much potential, just like Ninjutsu and Naruto. I cannot understand why Kubo did not use it much or produce. And most of the time, the Kidos in the series don't really do much other than be Energy Blast, or I guess in the case of like a Hado, it's actually no, Kidos are the sealing spells. I'm not rage baiting. Why does everyone say I'm rage baiting when I'm not? And that's a timeout. I told you, I don't give a shit. Your next comment better have been that. Now you're getting timed out. I don't give a shit. I told you, I would give you one more chance to explain to me what it was, and you decided to go into the whole rage baiting thing. I don't care. You are going to be timed out if you didn't do exactly as I said and explain to me what exactly I wasn't understanding. If you're going to say, well, you're not rage baiting, I don't give a shit. I am going to move on to the next one.
or have a clearly defined end goal doesn't mean it lacks a story. Bleach's narrative is less about chasing a singular destination and more about exploring its world, its themes, and the individual characters.
What world, what themes, what exactly are we exploring here? Because it doesn't say anything.
Arcs that all interweave to form a larger picture. Because, as I said earlier, it is heavily character-driven rather than plot-driven.
What did you guys get for Black Friday? I got some games like FF7 Rebirth. I don't think I'm getting anything for Black Friday. There's not really anything that I want out there. Depending, I heard Arc Raiders is still really good. I might end up getting it for Black Friday, if anything, but I don't know when I'm going to have the time to play it. Yeah, Black Friday's next week. Eon, is the love of the game we call the copium. Is the love of the game we call the copium? I don't know, man.
Driven. Speaking of which, this brings me to the second major reason why Bleach's writing does not give the love it deserves for most shonen fans. And that's because, while Bleach is very much a shonen with a lot of shonen elements present, heck, it even is the inspiration to most modern successful shonen. When it comes to writing, it does have a lot of mainstream scenic traits.
What did he say?
It does have a lot of mainstream scenic traits. Take Vinland Saga as an example. Unlike what the name might suggest, Vinland Saga is not about Thorfinn trying to find a majestic place called Vinland to build a utopia or whatever, but rather it's about Thorfinn's personal journey.
I have played Lies of P. It's a very, very good game. I would genuinely recommend it. I actually have to go back to the DLC because I never finished it. I could probably put that up for stream as well.
It dives into deeper themes like revenge, redemption, inner peace, etc., and how all of these themes interweave to form the full story. It's about someone who realizes that life is more than just getting revenge. His ideology, alongside the ideologies of characters like Ashilat, Knut, and even Svein, are all equally important to the story. Take any of them out, and the whole thing would feel incomplete. And you can apply the same principle to Bleach, to Ichigo, Ohara, Aizen, and the rest of the cast. Bleach is...
That's objectively untrue because, like I said before, if you remove Tozen and Aizen from the actual narrative, nothing changes. There is no difference. The game is too easy. You lied. You 100% lied about that. The game is not too easy. But anyway, if somebody's literally going to sit there and tell me that out of the rest of the cast, Komamura and Tozen actually matter in the story when their whole little side squabble doesn't actually push the plot along, doesn't serve to really push anything along, and Komamura ends up as a hypocrite either way. I know, yeah, you could quite literally remove them, and you could have basically put in this whole idea of revenge. You basically could have thrown in the idea of revenge to, like, Ginichimaru. You could have literally have applied the whole concept of, like, getting revenge for somebody or something to Ginichimaru, and again, Tozen and Komamura literally don't matter. This statement right here is fallacious. Was vengeful towards Yuhabak, though? Yeah, and he ended up being a hypocrite. He ended up going out as a loser and a hypocrite. He does not matter in the story at all. Komamura having his revenge for Yuhabaha does not push the plot along, and it does not serve to really do anything for anybody. All of the things that Komamura does essentially are self-contained within his own little world. It genuinely does not matter.
The story is not about Ichigo trying to bag Orihime, have a child with her, and started bleaching all over us. Though, honestly, this would have been a pretty enjoyable plot as well. But I digress. The OG Bleach was literally a chess match between Ohara and Aizen, a clash of ideologies, with each one of them standing for completely different things, driven by completely different goals.
What are those things and what are those goals? Because Aizen never... I still don't know why the fuck Aizen did what he did. It's never expressed. It's never explained.
and motives. And the thing is, you can't even fully grasp what they are about without understanding the world itself, how it operates, how it was built, and all
Okay.
the layers behind it.
What
Which is
layers
what
behind it? How was the world built? How was it built? Where was that explained? How the world was built? I've read 643 chapters. When is it explained how the world was built?
explored in Thousand Year Blood War arc in the novels through characters like Yuha the Soul.
Ah, there we go. No, we're not going to read today. I'm going to watch a video and then I'm going to head out. I do not have that much time. I'm going to probably go out for a walk. Look at that. You have to read the novels. Look at that. It's not manga at that point, right? It's not a shonen anymore. We're talking about novels at that point. I went from no-hitting Elden Ring bosses to getting cooked by the first Lies of P's boss, yeah. Especially since you have to parry in that game. You're so washed? That sounds like a problem. It's a scene, and comparing it to Vinland Saga is such a reach in concept and theme.
King, the Zero Division, and the novels. I could honestly go on about this for hours, but
Are you going to finish the video? I'm going to probably finish this video, and I'm probably going to go back and check out the one that you told me about. Probably leave it at that, then. Aizen 1 is in it to prove a point that all of this never mattered to him, and it was never a super deep personal thing. It was to prove a point. What was the point he was trying to prove? What was the point? You say this, but that's not remotely... That's your reasoning behind it, but it's never remotely explained. Since the novels are written by different people. Yeah. It's crazy. When people say that the novels fix so many of Bleach's problems or fill in so many holes, let me say this so Chad understands. Bleach would have been peak if Mr. Clean was the final boss. Was Mr. Clean.
Here to summarize the entire plot. So yeah, let's just move on. My whole point is this. Because of the way Bleach's story is told and how certain things are explained, a lot of it flies over people's heads.
No, it doesn't.
Fans that are
No, Jesus Christ. Motherfuckers beat 13 and 14 and already solo leveling fans. Like, damn, motherfucker, did you at least try to watch some Bleach first? Yeah, I wouldn't agree with that. As a matter of fact, I would say people should probably give solo leveling more of a try than Bleach. And I don't even care for solo leveling. I haven't even checked it out yet.
Masturbation like soul leveling, for example. And that's where most of the misinterpretations come from.
Because he was lonely and never wanted all of this power in the first place when Ichigo. So how does that explain? How does him being lonely and having all of this power explain him wanting to usurp God? How does that explain? As a matter of fact, it's kind of hypocritical because Kenpachi Zaraki was already part of the Soul Society, and so is Captain Yamamoto. If you have to go through all of that in order to just fight Yamamoto or make sure he didn't have to fight him in the first place, then that means that Aizen wasn't so strong and lonely in the first place. If he was lonely, then he was lonely by his own fucking choice. Because again, Yamamoto would have been someone that could have stood shoulder to shoulder with him, and so did Kenpachi.
Ultimately, it is what fuels the unjustified hate toward its story and writing.
It's not unjustified hate. People legitimately have a reason to want to not like a series if the series fails to meet certain standards that have already been met. Like I said this before, Halloween 1978 is a terrible movie by 2025 standards. It has shots that take way too long. It does not feel scary at all. For the time that it came out, it was revolutionary. It set up a new standard and it created its own subgenre. Historically speaking, it is a very important movie. But if I am comparing it to something in the modern day, another scary movie of any kind or another slasher film, they will do its job better. There is nothing that movie does that is anything better than anything that comes out nowadays. It is just nostalgia, pandering. At the end of the day, then the reason why people cannot look at a movie like Halloween 1978 and say, yeah, no, this is pretty fucking mid. So, again, going back to Bleach, it is a series that did its thing back in 2007 up until like 2012 or 2015. It is fine for what it is, but it is not a fantastic or groundbreaking series. It does not do much. If you think it inspired a couple of other series, those series still manage to do things that Bleach does, but better. Black Clover did the captain system better because the captains in that series actually do matter, and whether or not they were enemies because of plot-related reasons or good guys or whatever the fuck, Black Clover's captains always did a better job at it. If you're trying to go into the eerie, dark topics of it, JJK did it fucking better. Way fucking better. We're talking about a complex power system that fully fleshes it out and tries to do as much as it can with it while also trying to limit characters within the limits of its power system. JJK did it so much fucking better, and the best part about JJK, characters have to find a way around Hack's abilities without simply being stronger. What does Bleach do that's better than any of these other series besides maybe art style? Nothing. A big streamer, she said she rage baited the Bleach community and they doxed her. That's crazy. A friend of mine actually told me to go into our Reddit and go into like this whole fucking rant that I went into on our personal chat instead to post it there for the sake of my channel. And I'm like, dude, I'm not I'm not trying to get any fucking hate from the Bleach community, especially from that point. What I might end up doing actually is just make Black Clover honestly does Naruto and Bleach better. I agree. I 100% agree. It takes the thing, if you were to combine Bleach and Naruto, take all the best parts of those series and then throw it into a series that also fixes their problems, you get Black Clover. That's why Black Clover is good. Black Clover is good because it is Bleach and Naruto, but written better. The best power system is Nen. There is not one on top. Nen is even inspired Hockey, JJK's power systems. That's fine. I think they do it better.
Before I end this segment,
And it doesn't have to be as
I need
convoluted.
quickly address some kind of related takes that I've seen thrown around.
I don't know about it being on par with One Piece in terms of writing, but I do like it a lot. I do really think. Alright, maybe, you know what, I don't actually... Maybe not in terms of, like, its overall writing and world building, but I do think it's pretty good. Sorry, but aren't the captains of Black Clover just gimmicky? What about them as gimmicky? Like, they're just caricatures. Yami's just dumb and smokes. No, he's not. The Mantis guy just slices. Maybe just because the helmet dude is edgy cool. You mean the guy who essentially had the villain of one of the arcs as his alternate personality, and he was the only human that the guy cared about, and he was essentially betraying the entirety of the fucking Clover Kingdom? Yeah, no, he's just edgy cool, right? If you're gonna at least talk shit about Black Clover, at least try to not make a generalized and broad out perspective, because I could just say the same thing about Kenpachi and all the other guys. Kurotsuchi's just mad scientist. Kenpachi is just Unga Bunga sword slash. You see how that works? You can generalize something down to its straight up caricature, and you can do the same thing with Naruto, you can do the same thing with Bleach, you can do the same thing with Black Clover, you can do the same thing with any series, One Piece included. It doesn't matter. But below Hunter x Hunter and One Piece, that's fair. Now, the Bleach community is the new toxic anime guys, since Naruto guys either went to Bleach or One Piece, but they hate One Piece with a passion, so Bleach isn't a strong suit of Black Clover, but it's amazing. I'm more talking about the character of the villains. I could do agree with that, Six. I could agree with that. The villains and the side characters, you can definitely grow to some attachment for them. I can give you that. I can 100% give you that. Yeah, I would agree with that. Black Clover got so much hate when it came out, to be honest. It got hate because people try to say, oh, this is just Naruto but wizards, which, to be fair, it is, but it did the whole concept better, in my opinion. In anime manga, though, he's a good mad scientist, but I don't like the idea of him being one of the good guys, because in any other series, Mayuri Kurotsuchi would be an objective villain, especially with the way that he treats his daughter. I feel like he actually gets away with the fact that he treats Nemu like absolute dog shit way too easily. He gets away with it way too easily. But, I mean, I guess you could say that's the interesting part about Mayuri Kurotsuchi. So I can't really talk shit about him. He's one of the few characters that I will say I do not respect him for the way that he treats Nemu, and I do not respect the fact that Kubo tries to like humanize him a bit for the way that for his whole like reaction with Nemu getting blasted away. But I don't know, man. It doesn't get away. It's kind of dorky, but he has so much confidence and mystery. It spends around to cool. Yeah, I can agree with that. One smart. Black Clover is not better than Naruto when most of the villains are bums. I don't agree with that. I do think that Naruto has very good villains. I do think that you can actually say that some of the best part of Naruto's one of the best things about Naruto is its villains. But I also don't agree with the fact that like Black Clover isn't better because the villains are bums. Like that's just a little too far.
Like Bleach has repetitive plot. It falls off of the society.
He does kind of live Nume though. No, I'm sorry. There's no amount of rationalization or bullshit that anyone is going to. There's no amount of rationalization that is ever going to justify the fact that Mayuri Kurotsuchi actually views Nemu as his perfect creation or loves her so much when he treats her like absolute trash. I'm sorry, that just doesn't work. And nothing that he's done even remotely, completely fucking justifies that.
Ichigo's a boring main character, or
he is
just
a
the
boring
most
main
dropped
character.
Anime for a reason of the society. Ichigo's a boring main character, or it is the most dropped anime for a reason. Think about some of these takes as you don't even need to watch my video to debunk them. Just watch the actual show, or at the very least, stop believing every piece.
He is a boring main protagonist, though. Ichigo is just constantly in his own head about his own powers. That's kind of really it. That's really Ichigo's issue. He's just constantly in his own head. He wants to help everyone, but he doesn't want to use his powers because he's afraid of what his powers actually will do. Like, what do you want me to tell you? That's not very intriguing as a main protagonist. I mean, he definitely moves the plot along, but like, being a walking petri dish of every major race does not inherently make you an interesting main protagonist. It just makes it feel like, especially when you don't use most of those abilities.
what you see on social media. What really grinds my gears
While I like Mayuri, I hate that Kubo tries to humanize him. At least Orochimaru, I was led to his experiments out of fear, even if I don't like his redemption. Here's the thing: Orochimaru is a better version of Mayuri Kurotsuchi, in my opinion, in the sense of like Kishimoto doesn't try to humanize him in that way, but at the same time, I think that Kubo. I think the thing that I can respect about Mayuri Kurotsuchi as a character is that Kubo doesn't try to, even though Kubo tries to humanize him, he also kind of doubles down on the idea that, like, he is... No, actually, no, because he does try to humanize him at the end. I think that my issue is more so that, like, Orochimaru... Kubo doubles down on the idea of Mayuri Kurotsuchi kind of being just this crazy motherfucker, while Orochimaru's reasoning is more so... Well, I don't like the concept of death. I don't want to die, so I'll find any way to make myself live, but... Because at the end of the day, the entire redemption arc for Orochimaru is just, I was also in Kabuto, and I also experienced, since I was inside of Kabuto, and I also experienced Izanami, that changed my perspective forever. I don't know, man. Still kind of gets off easy in Boruto. No, he does. He gets off way too easily. Everybody got off way too easy at the end of Naruto. Sasuke got off way too easy, to be fair. But, I mean, when you have the hero that saved the Alliance, you know, talk shit for you, unban Reginald, he's the GOAT? No, he's not. He's really not. I told him already. Is this Reginald, Optimus? Are you Reginald? Because... I'll be honest with you, dude. I really don't fuck with the idea of, like, trying to, whatever. Naruto villains are a bit of a copy of Hunter x Hunter villains. Akatsuki's inspired by the Phantom Troop, okay, but inspiration doesn't really mean much. Who gives a shit if somebody is inspired by somebody else? If the execution's better, that's all that really matters. Gojo is just a clown of Killua and the Zoldyck family, except Gojo's more important to his family, not important to his family, more important to his verse and the entire existence and concept of the JJK verse than Killua is to his own story. Already timed out, bro? Thank you. It seems like he really is a mad scientist archetype. Out of all the characters, he chose Orochimaru to put in his arc for Naruto. Orochimaru is arrested. He's under surveillance 24/7. Not really. He just gets to do whatever the fuck he wants either way.
Here's though, is that these takes, especially the Bleach has repetitive plot, almost always come from One Piece fans. Like, bro.
Why did you immediately go into One Piece fans? Okay.
Your entire show is Luffy and the crew landing on an island, beating the big bad, and sprinkling in a bajillion Sanji nosebleeds every time he sees a miner. Let's not pretend that's the pinnacle of storytelling. No, obviously I'm trolling for the most part, but that's exactly the point.
No, you're not. You're not trolling. You're not trolling for the most part.
Any manga's plot, like I just did, completely ignores the narrative context, character growth, and world building that happens within those structures. And if you haven't even...
Killua is important. What makes Killua important to Hunter x Hunter? I mean, what makes Killua important to the story of Hunter x Hunter? If you look at the big three, Bleach paved the way for so many... Okay, and who gives a shit? I don't give a shit. What does that matter to the story itself? You can pave way to something, you can still have somebody surpass you. I mean, Oda surpassed quite literally Toriyama, and he was inspired by him. Inspiration means jack shit. Inspiration genuinely doesn't mean anything. At the end of the day, if I was inspired by a series, but I ended up making a series that either did things better than the series that inspired me, or I took things from that story and allowed it to inspire the rest of my story, why does it matter? Or is it going to demean the value of my story? I know you don't got too much time, but would you be willing to watch 5-minute Transformers Peak Combat? Which one is it?
The goddamn story, yes, it is going to sound lazy, repetitive, or lacks development. So go.
I'm talking about in terms of sales. Because, like, One Piece is the most... Again, it's an objective metric to go by, but, yeah, One Piece has essentially surpassed Dragon Ball as an IP. In terms of, like, sales and overall, I think, notoriety, but I might be lying on the last one. Don't double-check me on the last one. I'm willing to concede if I'm wrong. Sasuke was in prison for a bit. Kakashi had to vouch for him. I know, I'm aware. You can still take the inspiration of things you don't like. Yeah. Predaking versus Ultra Magnus and Wheeljack. Ooh, that sounds kind of sick. Predaking versus Ultra, Magnus, and Wheeljack. I'll leave it here, and then we'll check this out.
Watch any arc after the Soul
Sales
Society.
don't mean anything. They kind of do. Sales are kind of a bit of a metric. They don't tell the whole story, but they are a metric by which you can say why something is extremely popular. It's one of the reasons why Pokemon is consistently considered such an annoying ass IP, because the quality of the games are trash, but the sales do speak for the fact that it is the most profitable IP of all time. It is the biggest of all time. If we're talking One Piece though, the quality of the story has only gotten better, and it also happens to be one of the biggest IPs of all time.
Tell me what major similarities they actually share, aside from Wakemundo also being a rescue arc. The structure, the development, the theme.
Kurapika being a top... No one's talking about Kurapika. No one's talking about Leorio during the Killua and Nanika were the protagonists. Okay. None has yet to surpass Hunter x Hunter. Hunter x Hunter hasn't even surpassed the big three. I don't know what you mean. Didn't Bleach and Naruto start to dwindle in sales towards the end of their runs? Probably.
Themes, the plot, the main objectives of the arc are completely different. Also, I think the whole Bleach fell off after the Society notion mostly comes from people who either watched the Bound arc right after, those who despise the Arrancar saga, or people referring to the manga ending. Let's start with the Bound arc. In case you didn't know, it is not canon and has absolutely nothing to do with the actual story. And honestly, if you fell for that,
You should kill yourself now.
no, I'm kidding. But even piracy websites tell you what is filler and what isn't. And even if it doesn't, a simple Google search would have solved the entire problem. There is zero excuses for watching trash non-canon material in 2025 and blaming it on the series. That's 100% on you. It's not even a criticism. As for the Arrancar saga, now this might sound a little controversial to some die-hard Bleach fans, but hear me out. There are a lot of valid arguments against the Arrancar saga, especially in the anime, and I think it is not ridiculous at all to say that the Arrancar saga is easily weaker in multiple aspects than both the Soul Society and Thousand Year Blood War. The biggest issues for me with the Arrancar saga were the pacing, the comically long fights that often followed a similar formula. At one point, the sense of threat was entirely eliminated, and the scoop ballooning so much that it left room for plenty of mediocre episodes focused on characters we didn't really care about. So at least for me, it is understandable to some extent why would some people hate on it and refuse to continue watching. I personally think the part where Ichigo and his friends stormed into Wakemundo and started fighting NPCs is bottom 1 episodes of all time. That being said, this is not an argument against the series as a whole, but rather a criticism to how an arc of the series was handled, especially in the anime, as it wasn't as bad in the manga. Remember, the argument here is, whatever came after the Soul Society, which is the majority of the series, was mostly or entirely bad, thus it is not worth watching. And that's just objectively not true.
What did you say
Remember,
here?
the argument here is, whatever came after the Soul Society, which is the majority of the series, was mostly or entirely bad, thus it is not worth watching. And that's just objectively not true. Some downs in one massive saga that is actually 4 arcs combined does not mean Bleach fell off entirely after the Soul Society or that Kubo did not know what he was doing. Especially considering that not only was the majority of the Arrancar saga pretty good, it literally has the best fights in the OG Bleach as well as peak writing, for example Ulikura and Aizen's conclusions. But also,
Aizen's conclusion is peak writing. The guy that went through all of that trouble only to lose to the main protagonist because he never showed him his fucking Zanpakuto, and then gets taken out by what is essentially a Deus Ex Machina with Keisuke Uraharu's fucking seal. That wasn't even remotely brought up before, but sure. I mean, okay, let me not call it a Deus Ex Machina. That's just me being mean. I don't know, man. I don't know about Ulquiorra's whole thing about the heart really justifying anything. Like, oh man, he finally understood what the heart is. Oh wow. Oh my god, I'm tearing up. Ulquiorra, finally, after everything that happened. Yeah, Aizen wanted to lose apparently. Apparently Aizen wanted to lose his powers. That's why he lost, guys. He didn't lose because Ichigo overpowered him. Yeah.
the Thousand Year Blood War, which is arguably the best arc in the series and my personal favorite, comes...
Thousand Year Blood War is your favorite arc in the series? My guy, I haven't complained about Bleach even remotely as much until I got into the Thousand Year Blood War. That is, the legitimate massive amount of copium that it would take. I mean, I'm sorry. Defending the Thousand Year Blood War as like a good arc is just crazy to me. Oh no, man.
later after the Society. How anyone can still claim Bleach fell off after the Society is beyond me. Even if the Arrancar saga had been the worst shit ever made, I would have watched it just for the sake of getting to the Thousand Year Blood War.
But that's the thing, right? And this kind of goes back to this conversation that we've been bringing up many, many times before, where it's... is something really good, right? Can we really say that something is genuinely good or groundbreaking or amazing or blah 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 blah? Can we really say that these things are amazing when you kind of have to look past all of these flaws in order to then say, but I still love it? You know what I mean? Is it really groundbreaking, or is it really like something that completely destroys the current status quo when you have to kind of like just look past stuff? Is like Rukia giving her powers to Ichigo, but then because she couldn't beat a day one hollow, but then one-shotting in a Rankar really makes sense when the reasoning is just, well, she needed to give Ichigo her powers. Yeah, but it could have been consistent. But she needed to give Ichigo's powers, bro. But then why did Kubo have her one-shot the thing? Because you know, like, it's fine, man. It's fine. I'm willing to look past it because I love Bleach. It's like, okay, you can look past Bleach, but something like that is something I don't have to look past whatsoever. Why should I have to look past that? There's, like, you see where I'm coming from? This is less of a case of like what you like. If you don't like the same thing, it's okay. It's more so, if somebody is critiquing something that is very fair to be critiqued, then the only thing that you can really say is, but I can look past it. Like, it's fine. I can definitely look past this. It's completely okay. It doesn't matter to me at the end of the day because I can just look past it because the rest of it is great. It's like, I don't know, man. That doesn't really bode well for, like, the writing of a series. I personally enjoy Naruto more than I think One Piece accomplishes in terms of magnitude. That's fair. Liking Naruto more or liking Bleach more is completely fine. Sometimes things can just be, don't make excuses when you get to that one part in the video. What excuses? Still has the wings to flutter. That's why, still has its wings to flutter. That's why we have the anime. Yeah, but the manga is trash. The manga adaptation is completely trash. Dog shit even. Omniscient Reader is great, but I'm not finished it yet. Reading the novel, and I will read the manhwa. I enjoy Naruto more than One Piece as well, but One Piece is the best. Like, whether or not you think... Look, here's the thing, right? Whether or not you think that One Piece is the best, or Naruto is the best, or Bleach is the best, it's all completely fine, right? Like, if you think... And if you're one of those people that's like, well, my favorite is Naruto, but One Piece is the best, or my favorite is Bleach, but Naruto's the best, or my favorite is One Piece, but Bleach is the best. Like, again, that's also all fine. You know what I mean? But my thing at the end of the day is just... Don't try to tell people that their experience with it is inherently terrible or wrong, or like they're not understanding something just because they're not willing to look past all of the issues the same way that you are, right? I think that's just my biggest disconnect here, right? Like, I don't know, man.
Arc. And speaking of Thousand Year Blood War, the ending in particular, it doesn't even make sense right now to criticize the series based on the manga's ending, because we're literally waiting to see how it's going to be.
This is something that I'm actually disagreeing with more and more, where I think to myself, I'll give you guys an example. JJK. Listen, I don't give a shit about Hikari. I know a lot of people do, so that's why I don't try to, like, dismay the whole point that, like, Hikari... I don't try to dismiss the whole point that, like, you know, Hikari didn't really get his time to shine within the manga. Therefore, the last arc has to be terrible because if your favorite character is Hikari and you only got to see him fight Uraume and every now and then for a couple of panels, like, I get why people are upset at that. And I've always said I'm willing to look past it for the manga, because at the very least you might be able to expand a bit upon it more in the anime. But here's the thing, right? With that, it's specifically just Hikari, right? With the JJK ending, you can literally just say the only thing that the anime really has to fix is just Hikari himself. Just give us more scenes with Hikari, maybe give us a full episode for Hikari, maybe just give us expanded cutscenes like they did for, like, Zoro and Lucci in One Piece, right? They did it for One Piece too, but at the end of the day, I can understand the criticisms that come from it. I'm not going to defend the JJK manga because, the anime might do it better. If it doesn't, you know what? Either if you think that the manga is trash because of that, I mean, I think that's completely fine. I don't think that it's fair to judge the entire manga because your character didn't get to do a lot at the end of the series, but at the end of the day, if that's a criticism, I think that's still a legitimate criticism for some people to have. I don't think it destroys the entire concept of the story as a whole or the writing, but I do think that, like, anybody who is upset about it, they have more problems than just Hikari. What was the other problems that the ending has? What are some of the other problems that the final arc of JJK has?
Be handled in the anime, as the anime is now the canon. So there is really no point in arguing about it. Let's just see how it plays out.
Sure.
As for the other two arguments, I think the Ichigo is boring take really isn't that deep. Shonen fans generally gravitate toward active main characters with big goals, and just to be clear, there is absolutely nothing wrong with that type of character, but generally speaking, it is easier for the average viewer to get attached to them, and Ichigo just isn't one of those. On top of that, you really need to at least get to the Blade is Me chapter or episode to fully appreciate this character writing. Let's be honest, most people hating on Ichigo probably didn't even get past the Society, so I'm not even surprised he gets a lot of hate. And last but not least, Bleach is the most dropped anime. I just need to get this off my chest. This is hands down the dumbest take I've ever heard in my entire fucking life. Like, it is so wrong on so many levels, I
Why?
don't even know where to start.
Start
First of
them.
all, there is no definitive or accurate way to determine which anime is the most dropped. But if
Cool.
we're talking sheer numbers, then logically it has to be something like One Piece, Naruto, or Dragon Ball, simply because they are so popular that almost every anime fan has at least tried watching them. There is no way in hell Bleach has been more dropped than those. Now, if we're talking
not?
drop rate, that's a whole different discussion. Again, it's borderline impossible to get accurate stats on that either.
Of course,
But if I had
I
to
agree
guess,
with
it's
that.
probably something like Sword Art Online, Tokyo Ghoul, Berserk, The Seven Deadly Frames, The Promised Neverland, or fucking Boruto. Animes that got so popular at one point, but fell off so hard that most of their fans couldn't finish them. Once again, there is no way to be certain about which series has the highest drop rate, but what I'm sure about is that there is no way in hell Bleach can rank anywhere near the top 5 for either of these lists, if we're being logical. With
Why?
that out of the way,
No, that's completely subjective. You can't sit here and say there is no way that Bleach is going to logically be dropped more than any other series. Why not? Nothing's stopping Bleach from being a series that can be dropped. I'm not saying that it is. I'm not saying that it was, but saying that, like, well, there's just no way in hell that that could happen. Why? Why is that the case? You didn't even explain why. You just said, well, no, I just cannot believe that Bleach would ever be dropped more than any other series. If you don't want to believe it, that's fine, but don't make it sound like it is an objective fact that Bleach can't be dropped.
I'm pretty sure when people
Or that
repeat
it can't be
this
dropped
most
as much.
dropped nonsense,
Top
they're
5.
talking specifically about my anime list stats. And first of all, fuck my anime list. If you think this site reflects any kind of accurate information, you're
Sukuna's
delusional.
death is anticlimactic. Why is it anticlimactic? Everyone lived, okay? Not really. Not everyone lived. That's objectively untrue. Sukuna did not one-shot everyone. Mikey did not one-shot everyone. Yeah, because he wasn't at his strongest. And Yuta literally says if he had his RCT and it wasn't for Gojo Sensei, he would have wiped us out. Yuji won due to plot? No, he didn't. He did not win due to plot. What do you mean by won due to plot? Yuji literally outlasted everybody else and tried to clash out with Sukuna. And the technique he didn't deserve. What technique did he not deserve? Nobara living? What's wrong with Nobara living? They literally said, I cannot promise that she's going to be alive, but she's not going to be taking any more damage. Literally, the writer even goes out of their way to say, hey, I can't promise that she's gonna live, but I'm not promising that she's not. Mahito being mischaracterized? What do you mean Mahito was mischaracterized towards the end? Are we doing this thing against Sukuna-ish where I'm going to prove every single point of yours wrong because you cannot actually formulate a coherent argument other than I didn't like these things, therefore it must be bad, even though the story blatantly explains all of these things within the context of the story? Come on, man. Come on, man. If you're gonna, if we're not doing this again, honestly, I don't have to do this again with you, but it's not a problem with her coming back. It's a problem with her being ass. That's fine. If you don't like Nobara because you think she's ass, I mean, listen, I've never claimed that Nobara is innately an interesting or fleshed out combatant. I mean, she has a very simple curse technique that has very good applications. You don't have. That's just my opinion. Well, no, your opinion is claiming objective things like everyone lived. This is not an opinion. This is an objective. This is like an objectively incorrect. Sukuna did not one-shot everybody. Okay, that's fine. Yuji won to plot. That is objectively not true. And he got a technique he didn't deserve. That is subjective, sure, I guess. Nobara living, there's nothing objectively wrong with that. And Mahito being mischaracterized, how is he being mischaracterized? Like, I like Nobara specifically because she reminds me of... How do I put it? I don't even know if she reminds me of anything. I just like the moment. I just like her personality, and I like the moments where I like her personality. I like her interactions with Yuji, and I also like just the moment where she got like the black rose tattoos with Yuji and landed a black flash. I thought all of that shit was sick. Having lost her as early on as we did, within like the second, technically the second big arc, it sucked. It sucked. It's fair, but I get why people don't like Nobara. Nobara's one of those characters that, like, if you genuinely have issues with her, you don't like her or whatever, I completely understand. Listen, man, there's nothing here for me to really fight back against. It's all completely subjective at that point, and at that point I'm like, we're good. I'm not gonna defend Nobara in the same way that I'm not gonna defend Orochimaru not getting any kind of big high-end consequences for the shit that he did. All of One Piece low tiers can survive the world cutting slash if Yuta survived Eon. No, they can't. They really can't. Yuta survived because Rika was literally holding him together with her cursed energy on full blast. And he was basically using RCT at full blast as well, and he had to basically have his brain be put somewhere else while his body was healed. Giving such vague issues about JJK doesn't help with arguing on, and very much based on options. So many great top tier novels, Badman. Mahito just yelling out and throwing a tantrum with Sukuna just gave in. It's not really a part of his character. What do you mean? How is that not really a part of his character? Mahito is essentially a child. I would expect that actually from a child. Especially since him throwing a tantrum because he's the only person that couldn't move on to the afterlife properly. Partially because of his curse technique, the other part because he hated Yuji so much. That's on him. I get that he broke down at Shibuya, but he's not a tantrum full baby when he cries. But he didn't cry though. And he did kind of throw a bit of a tantrum, especially when he was running away from Yuji. So again, you'd be wrong. As soon as Mahito saw Yuji and had no options left, ran out of cursed energy, he literally grabbed a rock and threw it at Yuji's head because he was like, I can't do anything else. What do you think about the world building? I don't recall too much of it, bro. I read Koriko when I was 15. I'd have to go back.
The absolute least. Just take a look at their most popular anime list. Yeah, enough said. Also, fun fact, look at their most popular anime list.
Boku no Hero, My Academia, Hunter x Hunter, Naruto, Kimetsu no Yaiba, One Punch Man, Full Metal Alchemist. I mean, they're popular animes. I probably wouldn't have some of these up in my top 10 list. A lot of people just voted for them. Cool. You have an issue with the way that people make subjective lists? Very interesting.
Yeah, enough said. Also, fun fact, according to my anime list's own data, Bleach isn't even the most dropped, not by sheer numbers or by percentage. So I don't even know where this claim comes from. Maybe it is something from the past where Bleach was the least favorite out of the very famous animes, hence the most dropped statistically. But even when looking at discussions back then, it seems that Naruto was more dropped back in the day, despite being more loved overall.
What are we talking about? They can. Low tiers or continental resistance like Lao Ji and the Dofi family, Eon or Pika. Yeah, but if they take a world-cutting slash that literally splits everything within that space down in half. No, you see, that's the issue. You want Sukuna to be like Aizen. You want him to low diff his opponents and just simply just act all nonchalant and don't try. And he does that for the most part. But again, they're not the same. They're not the same characters. And you can't expect the things from one series on another like that. The only things you can expect is it maybe like level of writing. You can maybe expect the writing to be up to a certain standard like I do. But you can't expect all the characters to do things that other characters did in other series.
Conclusion earlier. And even if we blindly accept this fact, it still means nothing. A show can be great and still have high drop rate due to stuff like filler, which Bleach has a lot of, or because it was popular enough to be judged by casual viewers who do not prefer this genre, or simply because, let's be real, Bleach has received a ridiculous amount of unjustified slander for years, which have probably affected people's willingness to even give it a proper chance. So yeah, do not judge the series based on what the internet says, write for yourself and form your own opinion. For the sake of not repeating myself, I previously made a video about this.
If you're saying that characters in One Piece can survive it, like Logia users, I would agree. A Logia user would 100% always survive the world cutting slash because they can always just put themselves back together. Anybody in One Piece that has some kind of insane regeneration that where they can somehow put themselves back together even in death could survive the world cutting slash. That's the case for any character out there, but it cannot be objectively tanked by normal durability metrics.
Topic, so I'm gonna link it down below in case you needed an in-depth discussion about
You dropped Bleach for a bit because of the Bound arc. I'm not gonna lie, the Bound arc only made sense to me because at the ending they had characters, like the little plushy characters, that were also like Ginkons or whatever.
For this video...
But Aizen is kind of the standard for anime villainy here? No, he's not. Hey, Aizen is not the standard. Aizen being the standard would actually be a disgrace to most fucking villains, because all Aizen is an aura farmer. What about Aizen is so great? The guy has his head shoved up so far up his own ass. I could... You know what? By the way, if you guys didn't know, this is what I mean. South Park smug. Smelling farts. Yeah, this is what I mean when I say Aizen has his own head shoved up so far up his own ass.
Hey there, Alan, right?
Actually, it's Alain.
Right. Would you like red or white wine?
Could I just get an empty glass?
Oh, sure.
Can you believe all these imbeciles in Texas? They just put another prisoner to death.
Yeah, this is literally what I think about every time I see Aizen. This is every time he speaks, every single time he says he had already planned. He had already planned that. I think of this. I think of these literal scenes.
Your hybrid out front. That's a V series, right?
Wow, so everyone here drives a hybrid, huh?
Oh, of course. We're a little more progressive and ahead of the curve here in San Francisco.
Every time Aizen says, I planned that all along, that's like probably, no, that's not probably like most cocky villains. It's really not. I like a cocky villain. I like Sukuna. He does not have his own head shoved up his own ass so much that I can literally see the farts travel up his nose as he whiffs them.
Though, I'm focusing on debunking the Bleach power scaling is inconsistent notion, as in, the characters are as strong as the author wants them to be. There is no way to know how strong anyone actually is or who would win in a fight. It's all over the place and makes the fights predictable and boring. And just to name a couple of examples I've seen thrown around, ones I'll use to show how flawed the logic behind this conclusion really is. For example, we have Mayuri and Oreo fight in the Society, and almost any fight statement or feat involving Ichigo.
Guys, look at these universal feats. Look at the universal feats where they're destroying mountains.
Level, you will notice a recurring theme between all of these examples. Take Oreo. He beats Mayuri in the Society arc, but then, despite having Renji's help, loses to an Espada who ends up being easily defeated by the same guy Oreo himself defeated 2 arcs earlier.
Because of
Ichigo
hacks.
He's always seemingly just as strong as his opponent. In the
Yeah.
Society, he fights the gate guard and barely beats him. He fights the lieutenant and barely beats him.
Fights the gate guard and barely beats him. Did you not watch the very series that you've been talking about? Because Ichigo one-shot the dude's fucking axes and then apologizes for it, and then the guy gets fucking stabbed by Gin Ichimaru. What the fuck? What the fuck? Am I wrong here? Am I in the wrong here? Didn't Ichigo kind of like basically one-shot the fucking dude's axes? He destroyed the gate guy. Yeah, I was about to say, I'm not bugging with that, right? I'm just interpreting that.
Him. He fights a very strong captain and barely ties with him, and with White's help, he barely beats Byakuya, as at that point of the story is even weaker than Zaraki. And then after the Society arc, Ichigo proceeds to lose to weaker opponents, which are base Grimjo and Oli.
Yo, not gonna lie, Ichigo is taking some crazy ass back shots. What'd you say? What'd you say, Red? Tanking a wall level world cutting slash is cool. Hockey exists. Like they stopped the slash of Law. Yeah, but that's because Law's abilities work within the concept of devil fruits, and Hockey stops or decreases the effects of devil fruits. Increase the volume of the video you're reacting to? Yes, sir.
Kyora. And lastly, Society Ichigo blocking the Sokyoko with one hand, even though it was stated to be able to overwhelm anything in existence. When I put it like this, it seems...
Yeah, it's able to overwhelm anything in existence. It can't stop a guy who can barely fucking... who can barely beat the fucking Oronkars, dude. Yeah,
if
okay.
the claim is actually valid, the power scale in Bleach is very inconsistent or even non-existent sometimes.
Yeah,
but
it is.
on closer inspection, there are 3 massive issues with this logic. The first one is, and I've talked about this before, but some people assume just because character A beat character B and character B beat character C, this means character A can and should be able to beat character C. The second issue is, despite Bleach almost always providing an implicit or explicit explanation for why things happen, people still treat power scaling as if it is some abstract concept completely disconnected from the rest of the story.
Do I like Boruto more than I like Bleach? Of course I do. I think Boruto, for all the hate it gets, isn't that bad. I don't think it's as good as Naruto at certain points. I really don't think it's even remotely as close to Naruto. And there are points where I'm like, okay, this is pretty good. I can definitely see this.
Not only do they ignore the narrative and its themes or show skepticism towards statements from Kubo himself, but they also completely overlook the context in which things happen.
What's the
Characters'
context?
conditions, mental states, hacks abilities, disadvantageous matchups, narrative
Yeah.
setups, and foreshadowing.
You're explaining
And
power
the last
scaling.
major issue is, some people straight up misunderstand stuff or make up their own hate canons, and since the series' power scaling reputation is already terrible, they do not look for an actual explanation and just assume their misunderstanding is in fact correct, resulting in a self-sustaining cycle of bullshit being spread about the series' power scaling. If you go back to the examples I mentioned earlier, you'll notice that once you dissect each one of them, you'll find at least one of these issues, if not all of them. In the Oreo versus Mayuri fight, Oreo did not beat Mayuri.
Which villains do Aizen's whole thing better than Aizen? What do you mean? Which villains, what, go out of their way to basically supplant God? Or what villains do manipulation better than Aizen? What do you... Because, like, Aizen's kind of just did his old thing. Get better... Does Boruto have better music than Bleach? I don't know. I've never seen the Boruto anime past episode 32. If I'd be lying to you if I said I'd watch anything in that series past episode 32, unless it was episode 55, 54 or 55 when Naruto and Sasuke do their thing. I really did not. I really only stick to the manga. The whole I planned everything kind of attitude. How many villains even do that in the first place? I guess you could say Kenjaku kind of does that. Not really. Things kind of just fall into place for Kenjaku a lot of the times. Madara does it better than Aizen. I would say so. Madara's whole shtick does it better than Aizen, and he doesn't have to have the whole I plan things along every single time he speaks. I would say Madara definitely did it better. Rox, kind of. Rox is fair. Also Blackbeard. I would say Blackbeard, if he did the whole, like, I planned everything along and got to this point, I would say Blackbeard did it better. I would say Blackbeard probably does it better than Aizen. Is there anything is better than Aizen to you? Pack it up, sir. Yeah, Aizen's not a great villain in my opinion. He's really not. He's an aura farmer. If you like Aizen because you think he's cool and strong and everything, that's completely fine. That does not make a good villain for me. I used to think the same thing about Madara. I used to think Madara, there was no villain that could ever surpass Madara because look how strong and cool and smart Aizen is. And you know what happened? I read other series, and I realized that these characters, for as much as I might have a certain level of bias towards them, does not in any way mean that these characters are icons or pillars of anime. It doesn't necessarily mean that they are like these unsurmountable forces that cannot be surpassed and no one will ever be able to create or have a more interesting villain than these guys. Sometimes you just have to accept the fact that the piece of media that you love isn't going to be loved by everybody else, and that's completely fine. I accept that a lot of people are going to mischaracterize One Piece or look at things like all of the arcs having similar themes and then saying every single arc is the same, why would I watch it? And that's fine. I don't have to change your mind. If you're not going to watch it, we're not going to. It's completely fine. I don't give a shit. If out of the 25 people here, only 2 of you liked One Piece and everybody else was telling me that One Piece is trash, okay. That's fine. We're cool. I'm still gonna like One Piece. You should still like Bleach. You should still enjoy it. If you don't like any of the things that I say, I've said this before to people. You don't have to sit here. I am not here to spread out or increase the, what do you call it? The echo chamber. I'm not here to like spread the echo chamber of Bleach hate. I just don't like it. There just so happen to be people here that do also agree with me. Moist Critical didn't like One Piece for the longest. Yeah. And if he still doesn't like it to this day, that's completely fine. One of the YouTubers that I watch, Farfa, he's been watching One Piece. He makes jokes about it all the time. He said, yeah, it's fine. And it's good at times. And that's okay. If somebody, I just like the fact that One Piece is One Piece because I like Tom and Jerry style cartoons. And One Piece also throws that into the whole bigger narrative. Are you still going to private the stream? Probably not. Probably not at this point.
Under normal circumstances, he used Quincy's last style, one-time technique that massively boosts his power. That's literally the only reason he beat Mayuri. In Wakemundo, Oryu no longer has access to that technique, meaning Wakemundo Oryu is objectively far weaker than Soul Society Oryu that beat Mayuri. This is not even an inconsistency. A weaker version of Oryu that would 100% lose to Soul Society Mayuri lost to someone that is slightly weaker than Mayuri and stronger than Oryu. On top of that, Cezile analyzed Oryu's Ryatsu, which helped him negate attacks and even reduce the damage of the ones he could not fully block.
God damn, nobody cares about Mayuri or that dude.
Bleach. For example, Mayuri and Nemo, despite lacking destructive power, are one of the few who can actually beat Bernida because of his crazy hacks abilities. Pair someone who only relies on raw power like Rocky and who will end up losing. The point is, while power levels can be a good indicator of who might win in a fight, they are never the only factor, and in Bleach, they're not even a...
It kind of does become the only factor, though, up to a certain point, though. It kind of does become the certain factor up to a certain point. Like, Yuhabaha just kind of out-hacks as everybody, or just straight up has stronger Reiatsu than everybody else. early One Piece does have a lot of charm in the but I will always say that like one of the biggest issues with One Piece is that like yeah, it does drag on for a bit. As a matter of fact, I would honestly tell you, like in all honesty, that One Piece is a bit of a slog to get through, at least in my opinion, from the start of the Grand Line up until Water 7. A friend of mine and I were like talking about this. Michael and I were talking about this, where he was just telling me that like everything prior to Water 7 was trash, and I'm like, I like East Blue, but I can see where you're coming from. I generally don't care for any of the arcs between Whiskey Peaks. Everything between Whiskey Peaks all the way up until Water 7 is straight up boring to me. And that comes from one of One Piece's biggest glazers. Like, I love the series to a T, but I won't defend certain things of it, or I don't care to defend certain things of it. I place Bleach second for power consistency. No, I would never put Bleach. I don't even know. I'm going to put it like this. I'm going to actually tell you this straight up. I haven't scaled even 10 series. I haven't even scaled 5 series. I've scaled One Piece, JJK, Naruto. I technically know Dragon Ball scaling, and I think I can throw in Bleach into it. I wouldn't even put Bleach in my top 10. I could scale 10 other series randomly. I could scale Power Rangers. I could scale Alia communicates your feelings in Russian. I could scale Regular Show. I could scale fucking Smiling Friends and South Park for all I care. I could still tell you straight up that Bleach would not have more consistent power scaling than those series. Everyone technically power scales, especially sports fans. Yeah. I've watched One Piece during the pandemic, so it had no effect on me, type shit. But that does drag towards developing the characters and pave off. Like, I'm not saying that there's no point in things like Whiskey Peaks through Skypiea. I don't think that there's anything inherently wrong with them. They're just kind of boring to me. I don't think that there's anything inherently wrong with the arcs. I can just understand why people would say, oh yeah, no, this portion of One Piece is like the worst part to get through. I can completely understand that. I can also understand the same thing when somebody says it for like Punk Hazard through most of Dressrosa. I think they're fine arcs for what they are. I think that they're okay. I do think Dressrosa's good, but like if somebody were to tell me I couldn't get through those series, I'm gonna be real with you. Shit. I'm not gonna sit here and tell them, hey, they're wrong. Like, Dressrosa for a good portion is very hard to get through. Same thing with Punk Hazard, and the same thing with like those earlier portions. Though I do think that like Drum Kingdom is all right. I do think Drum Kingdom is all right. There's a big reason I enjoy Naruto more. On paper, it's incredible, but a lot of parts I wouldn't reread or rewatch. That's the thing. It's like with any series, I don't think every series is perfect. Punk Hazard is objectively the worst arc. That's fair. That's a completely fair take. Like, I'm the type of person that, like, listen, I don't believe that anything is inherently perfect. I really don't believe that, like, One Piece is inherently this masterpiece and everything it does is objectively great, and anyone who says anything wrong about One Piece is objectively, I'm like, no, listen, One Piece has its problems. What's my favorite arc? Currently, Elbaf. Egghead or Elbaf. I love everything in the third act of the series. Foxy Pirate is actually the worst arc. I didn't mind it. But yeah, that's the thing. It's like, I don't think that, like, One Piece is... I think One Piece is one of the greatest pieces of media in modern day. I genuinely do believe that. I don't think I could sit down and read anything that would make me literally love it more than One Piece. I just don't think that's possible, because One Piece just hits every little big point for me. But I don't think it's a perfect series, and I think it does have its issues. I stopped the anime and caught up with the manga and started watching the anime again and felt like it was good. Yeah, that's fair. Dodging is typical, basically. Glaze? Yeah. Not really.
No particularly reliable factor at all. Moving on to Ichigo, this might sound crazy, but Ichigo's power being inconsistent is what actually makes both his power scaling and his character writing consistent.
Ichigo having consistent powers is what makes the power scaling consistent, sure. I guess when you can just explain everything away with unquantifiable mental nerfs, everything is fine. Foxy Pirate arc is Eon's favorite arc confirmed. Would Elbaf be as good with all the build-up and subtle foreshadowings at different aspects of the story? No, it would not. Not in the slightest bit. The whole, like, subversion of expectations of Elbaf being a place where, like, they've essentially turned it into modern-day woke village is honestly one of, like, the funniest things to me. I just like the fact that, like, the rocks... I'll be honest, I was kind of hoping that, like, the Loki flashback would end, and I didn't want it to be God Valley, but I'm kind of happy it is for what it is. Would Eon eat the bean fruit? Fuck no. I would never eat the bean fruit. Is legit right there? Yeah, no. Kubo's... Yeah, you just glazed Bleach.
more detail in another video, so make sure to check that one out. But basically, Ichigo's powers did not grow in a linear manner, especially before the Thousand Year Blood War arc. That's why when Ichigo beats a strong opponent in one arc and then loses
No,
to
it's
a
pretty
weak one,
linear. It's pretty fucking linear. You could maybe say that the removal of linearity comes from like Ichigo's mental state, but he just consistently does become more powerful. Objectively speaking, he consistently becomes more powerful after every single fight. That's not even a matter of like opinion or not. He just does become more powerful after every single fight. Especially with his mental state becoming more and more unstable by the hollow shit. No, objectively speaking, he does become more powerful. Anyone who sits here and tells me that Ichigo becoming more powerful wasn't really a case of that, it was more of a case of his mental state, was lying to themselves. He even says it, I can finally see his moves, I can finally see his attacks. Yeah, average shonen MC. There's nothing special about Ichigo. What's the real Eon doing right now? The real Eon is currently watching that part of the movie where Lucy's wearing where Lucy from Fairy Tail is wearing the belly dancer stuff, and he's watching it with one hand. I see him right now. He's under the covers and he's turned away from me.
It's not actually a power scaling inconsistency, but rather his power level at that given moment is not the same as it was in the previous fight. His power levels throughout the series.
So you're telling me Ichigo's weaker against Ulquiorra than he was against Grimmjow? Wait, what evidence even remotely explains that?
Were inconsistent. That's exactly the point. Kupo literally shows until...
Yeah, Wano has its problems. I wouldn't call it one of the better arcs. I would say Wano has its problems. I would actually put it maybe like... narratively speaking, I would put it on the same... Narratively and in terms of stakes, I would probably put it on the same place as like... Water 7, but I think it does. I don't think it's great. Real Eon is my favorite character in the Eon cinematic universe besides Bungus. I don't even know why you guys like Bungus so much. Bungus is out of... Bungus went to a farm. He's fine in a farm. He's literally seeing a little lamp right now. As a matter of fact, let me FaceTime Bungus real quick. I should probably FaceTime. Real Eon versus the Calculator. Real Eon is a master of mathematics. That's the issue. I think that the issue... Free Bungus. Bungus is fine. Bungus is in a wide range fucking village right now. He's in a farm in a village, bruh. He's okay. Wano was solid, to be honest. The only big problem were like Act 3, and even there, we got plenty of good moments. I agree. Everyone got a bit of time to shine besides maybe like Usopp.
Tells us this. Olikiora himself acknowledges during their first fight that Ichigo's power fluctuates massively. And the reason for that fluctuation throughout the series is that Ichigo's true potential was either being suppressed by Old Man Zangetsu and or by series by that Kupo literally power
How strange, the fluctuation of that brat's spiritual pressure increased. The range of fluctuation is amazing. At lowest point, he's just trash.
fluctuates massively. And the reason for that fluctuation throughout the series is that Ichigo's true potential was either being suppressed by Old Man Zangetsu and or by Ichigo himself, either consciously or subconsciously suppressing his actual Zanpakuto and Holo powers, which make up the bulk of his strength. In addition to the substitute Soul Bass that according to Ginjo was messing with his Ryatsu. When you look at all of this context, even though it is not the full picture, it becomes clear that the way Ichigo's scaling was handled was actually deliberate, consistent, and foreshadowed. The scaling was consistent, but the power levels were not, which ties into some of
The scaling is consistent, but the power levels were not. Okay. Bit of time to shine. This was Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji's show, if I remember nothing more. Yeah, because those were the big fights. That's why they got the better animation. That's why they made a focus to have the big 3 members of the Straw Hat Pirates who get the big fights. That's why they gave them their own entire episodes for the fights. If you wanted to watch just the fights on their own without having to skim through a bunch of episodes, they literally gave you the option to do that. There's nothing wrong with that. It's just turning into the Luffy show? It's not really turning into the Luffy show. As a matter of fact, it hasn't been the Luffy show since... what is it? July? Because I was still in Italy in July. Yeah, it hasn't been the Luffy show since like June or July. Not even in the slightest bit. As a matter of fact, most of Elbaf hasn't even been the Luffy show.
themes and plot points of Ichigo's journey. He did not understand himself or his powers until much later, and so his powers remained unstable and unpredictable until he finally accepted both his sides. And that's literally how Zanpakuto interacts with its user. Lastly, the Sokyoku feat. If I had $1 for every time someone complained about how the statement makes 0 sense, I'd probably be richer than Kubo himself. Which is crazy, because I honestly have
a good
never
one, man.
thought anything
Gotta
was
go to
wrong
the best
with it
sushi
until
restaurant
someone
you've tried.
brought
I
up
love
in
that for you,
comments.
Aster. Have a
Here's
good one,
the
man.
thing. There is no contradiction between the Soul Kyoko being described as something capable of overwhelming anything in existence and Ichigo blocking it. The Soul Kyoko was using enough power to...
Or it could just be a hyperbolic statement that doesn't actually mean anything, since anything in existence would also mean that Byakuya and everybody else would have gotten wiped out by it.
execute Rukia. Ichigo then blocked that weak-ass attack. Soul Kyoko then backed away and started charging an attack strong enough to kill both Ichigo and Rukia. But ultimately, Okitake and Shinsui intervened and sealed it. So it's not like that version of Ichigo blocked a universe-wiping attack, but rather an attack strong enough to execute a powerless Rukia. Think about it like this. A supercar with a top speed of 300...
Or it was a hyperbolic statement, and the combined power of 1 million Zanpakuto, which are just swords, because again, the Zanpakuto, the Asauchi, you know, just the regular blade that they have, isn't really all that powerful, unless you turn it into a Shikai then a Bankai, which would thereby mean that you're getting hit with like a million blades at once, but the power of a million swords wouldn't even wipe out a city block.
Need to go at max speed if it's trying to park. This doesn't mean that the specs are inconsistent or that the car is not actually capable of performing such feat. It is the same with the Soul Kyoko. The fact it is capable of an overwhelming level of destruction does not mean it
What do you
was
mean they get
actually...
mind-numbingly dumb? What makes them dumb? Very broad things without properly explaining what they are. What makes it dumb?
exerting that power at the time.
Where is the short on Mayuri and Nemu? Oh, I should have made that shit, man. I gotta go back and download the whole thing.
In existence, because why would it
Hope you
even
don't private it. I'd like to watch it more. I won't private it.
Specifically designed to protect the Soul Society by executing traitors, also destroy everything in existence alongside the Soul Society every time it's used. On a side note, people need to take the author's statement more seriously and stop asking for feats, because it literally is their stories. If they said this can do that, then it is true. We do not need to see a feat to believe it.
So that means Ichigo saying Chad, he never imagines Chad could lose. Statement, man. Yeah, so I guess Ichigo also stating Chad could never see Chad losing would then be objectively true, because the author wrote that, even though we know that's also false.
Plot armor is probably the biggest criticism Bleach gets. And for like the 5th time in this video, I've already covered this topic in another video, so if you want in-depth explanations for certain fights, go check it out or just drop a comment and we'll respond to it. For this video though...
I guess Kizaru can also perception blitz Oda, man. Yeah, you're right. The Straw Hats just get dumber. Jinbei proves my point. He was telling Robin to wait for Luffy and the three, while being the strongest person aside from them, not doing anything that's dumb. No. That just means that Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji are stronger than everybody else, and this is probably a threat that Jinbei can easily tell they cannot deal with on their own. Do you just live life thinking everything is whatever objective thing you think it is? Was just a collective hallucination? He never actually lost? Yeah, I think that's right. I think it was just all under Kyoka Suigetsu, dude. I think Aizen Zanpakuto. You know what? I might be wrong. We're all just clearly under Aizen Zanpakuto, and he clearly has us believe that every single time that Chad lost is actually just a change in our perception as viewers. Aizen is so powerful. Aizen is so fucking powerful within the As a matter of fact, the Bleach cosmology is so powerful that it affects us real living beings. Chad has never literally lost. Never lost once in his life, actually. He's the most powerful character in the series, and he's actually defeated Yukabaka. Because as Ichigo stated, thanks to Kubo's statement, you know, that Kubo made Ichigo right, Ichigo can't see Chad lose to anybody. Therefore, all Chad has to do is walk up to Yukabaka, and the fight's already over. As long as somebody is Chad's opponent, he automatically wins. Yeah, no, Chad beats the anti-spiral, because as Ichigo said, he cannot see Chad losing. 100%. You got it.
My claim is simple. Bleach barely has any plot armor, and that's because people's definition of plot armor is completely skewed. Anything that happens...
Bleach doesn't have any plot armor, yet the main protagonist is never put under the influence of the main villain Zanpakuto, even though he was literally in a position where he could have been put under said Zanpakuto multiple times. Sado. Chad is Sado.
In the story.
Yeah, no, Chad is stronger than Featherin. Chad is stronger than Featherin, yeah. Because Ichigo said, because just like how Kubo wrote a character to say that the Sokyoku can wipe out anything in existence, he also had Ichigo say that Chad can't lose. Therefore, if Chad were to fight Featherin, he would automatically win. Have a good one, Aster.
Happens because the author wants it to. So technically, everything happens for the plot. However, something only counts as plot.
Being on the Straw Hats, fighting for the people you love. They were torturing people, and only person who did anything was Robin. She didn't really do much, though. And Jinbei also got fucked up by Gunko. Yeah, Chad is out of reversal. As a matter of fact, Chad would beat the painters from Clair Obscura Expedition 33. Because characters above the concept of space can't lose, which means the concept of space over the concept of losing, he's out or Eon. I barely that. No, you got it all wrong. Ichigo said he can't see Chad losing, therefore he has to look away from the lose. See? That makes sense. That makes a lot more sense, actually.
Armor or bad writing when the only reason it happened is plot progression. What I mean is, if an event was not
Listen, as long as Ichigo is somewhere where he can visibly see Chad fight, as long as Ichigo is in the stands along with the peanut gallery, it doesn't matter if Chad fights Kubo, it doesn't matter if he fights Ultra Instinct Shaggy, it does not matter if he fights Bugs Bunny, it does not matter if he fights, my mom! He wins every single time. How much more of this black coat do we have to left?
That
Yeah,
does not have any logical
8
or
minutes.
narrative justification within the story, and only happened so that the story can progress.
Yep.
Only then it becomes plot armor and bad writing. I won't be going over every single example, but if you apply this definition to all fights in Bleach, I would say probably less than 10% of them are actual plot armor. As for the rest of them, most of those fights get criticized either.
1 second.
I've already covered this topic in another video, so if you want in-depth and for like the 5th time in this video, I've already covered more true. We do not need to see a feat to believe it.
Sorry.
Plot armor is probably the biggest criticism Bleach gets. And for like the 5th time in this video, I've already covered this topic in another video, so if you want in-depth explanations for certain fights, go check it out or just drop a comment and we'll respond to it. For this video though, my claim is simple. Bleach barely has any plot armor. Most of them are actual plot. We already knew he had beforehand. That's a clear narrative setup. Shadowing or just did not watch long enough to see the full explanation to why this fight ended that way. For example, Ichigo versus Rocky. How exactly did Ichigo tie with him? Firstly, he got help from his inner power.
Has a hole through his cheek. He got kicked and he's still talking. Someone weaker like Robin is trying. Why shouldn't Jinbei, same dude who was the 4th strongest here? Let's see. When the fuck does... The God Valley incident. Let's go back like what? Let's go here. What are we afraid of? Okay. Let's see. Gunko shows up. You dare call me human? Yeah. Zeus, they attack. Thunder Shark reverts it back. Nami, look out. It hit Brook. Cool. Shoots stuff at her. Blows her body apart. Didn't matter. Regenerates. Attacks Usopp. Goes through all of them. The countdown has begun. Yep. Wraps around them. Literally takes his attack. Takes his attack. Gets kicked. Gets hit. They all get knocked out. Cool. Also, Robin is he's tied up. He got tied up. How can he do something when he's tied up like this? How could you let this happen, Jinbei? It's the zombie girl. Gonna take him. Kicks him away. Let's see. Still tied up. Let's see. Blah, 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 blah. Blah, 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 blah. Blah, 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 blah. Robin decides that she's going to have... Oh, right here, where Robin decides that she's finally going to fight for somebody else instead of always having people fight for them. A rope tying Jinbei up. Yeah, One Piece is like that. Sometimes you just get tied up, and you can't do anything about it. Remember Kobe? Remember Kobe? Remember how he was holding this big iron ball? Yeah, he couldn't run as fast as he could. They had to break him out of his iron ball for him to be able to move quickly and be able to be as agile as possible. That iron ball was very heavy. That's just One Piece. One Piece allows itself to do these kind of things. Oh, but it's not realistic enough, Eon. Oh, you're telling me that this character's being held down by rope? Yes, because that One Piece allows the characters to do that. Oda cares more about the plot continuing than some weird power scaling issues that you might have. Oh man, that's crazy. Oh, but he's a terrible character because he got tied up. Yeah, okay, you can see that. I don't give a shit. Proving to me why One Piece verse is weaker than people say, or Jinbei got fucked up and they were tied up by a rope that was much more tough than anything you'd normally be talking about.
Something we already knew he had beforehand. That's a clear narrative setup, not plot armor. Secondly, it was implied at the time that his hollow power also aided him in that fight. Not only was that power also foreshadowed, but it gets fully explained later during the Blade is Me, where we learned that White was the one aiding Ichigo in battles all along, while Old Man Zangetsu had merely stopped suppressing Ichigo's true power to let him use what he already had in him. And lastly, it is explicitly stated that Zaraki deliberately handicaps himself just to enjoy fights more. And just like Ichigo's situation, this also gets a deeper explanation later in the Thousand Year Blood War arc. So as you can see, this fight does not tick any of the boxes for plot armor, making it narratively consistent. And as crazy as it might sound, just because you don't like the fact that a badass captain who was clearly set up to be one of the strongest lost between calls to the main character who happened to be a part-time Soul Reaper does not make it plot armor. The same logic also applies to a plethora of other fights, but I'm gonna use Ichigo vs Olikyora, Yamato vs Yuha, and Ichigo vs Grimmjow as examples. Let's start with Ichigo vs Grimmjow. Society Ichigo was stronger than Grimmjow, however
It's made out of Gunko's devil fruit ropes, which have been shown to be able to pierce through people. Yeah, I agree. But hey, I'm not the person you have to explain that to. We really making excuses for a fishman bum on the crew, filthy fishman who can't even do anything but watch people he's supposed to protect getting hurt? I mean, he got taken down too. What do you want from him? He got taken down too, and he was tied up by devil fruit powers. What do you want me to tell you?
The reason he got humiliated in their first encounter is because that version of Ichigo was weaker than his society self. He was suppressing White even harder, trying to rely only on what he thought was his Soul Reaper power, which ironically ended up suppressing both his actual Soul Reaper power and his hollow powers. But after training with the Vizards and learning to control his mask, he started regaining the strength he had in the Soul Society and slowly began surpassing it throughout the Ranker Saga. So in their final fight, Ichigo was already stronger than Grimmjow. The only reason he was struggling was because he was holding himself back. Orihime was watching, and he knew she still had trauma from when her brother attacked her as a hollow, so you could not...
Jesus Christ, I don't care. Yeah.
God knows why. As for Yamato versus Yuha, I know that this fight in particular is a tough pill to swallow, as Yamato was clearly set up to be the GOAT, and seeing him get folded and lectured like that is infuriating at first glance. But when you really think about it, that outcome was to be expected. Yamato relies almost entirely on raw destructive power, and on top of that, he lets his anger control him, which makes him an easy target for anyone who plans ahead. Just look at what happened in his fight against Aizen. Yuha knew this fact and knew that he shouldn't be dealing with Yamato head-to-head without deception, and that's why he killed his student, to throw him off mentally. He used the double Ganger to drain him and shift his attention before stealing his Bankai to deal the finishing blow without any resistance. On top of that, it is revealed later that Yuha is the son of a godlike being, so it is not ridiculous at all for him to be this strong. The reason people think Yuha has plot armor is because he was introduced seemingly out of nowhere and immediately started folding characters who were previously hyped up at the strongest.
He did.
In reality, every one of his victories makes perfect sense.
Why?
And lastly, Ichigo versus
You didn't explain why. You didn't explain anything at all. He didn't do anything. He just said, well, I know that some people are saying that like Yuha Baha coming out of nowhere and being this powerful kind of makes no sense, but in fact, it makes perfect sense. Man, what a good argument.
Kyora. By that point of the story, we already knew that Ichigo had mad potential, so it's only logical to assume that he will get exponentially...
Yeah, he really was brought out of nowhere. There's no explanation for why Yuha Baha does the thing that he does.
Not only that, but in the first encounter against Olikyora verbatim states that Ichigo is stronger than him, but his power is fluctuating massively. Olikyora verbatim states that Ichigo is stronger than him, but his power is fluctuating massively, which foreshadows the level of strength that Ichigo is capable of, and would later
Hope the guy is actually drilling undisputed, reasonable information down the hatchet, because I'm tired of people being disingenuous about Bleach. No, you're being disingenuous about Bleach. Explain to me this real quick. This does not make any sense that he just said right now.
To be this strong. The reason people think Yuha has plot armor is because he was introduced seemingly out of nowhere and immediately started folding characters who were previously hyped up at the strongest. But in reality, every one of his victories makes perfect sense. And lastly, Ichigo.
All of his victories make perfect sense. What about them makes perfect sense? He didn't dispute, he didn't debunk anything about the quote-unquote plot armor or Yuhabaha just being some random strong guy that came out of nowhere. He didn't literally explain anything. There is no undisputed reasonable information. He's making claims and not backing any of them up.
Strong head, almost forcing Grimjo to pull out his Zapacto Hatos and not intervene. In chapter 220, in his speech about the king and the horse, White implies that he will take over Ichigo and use him if Ichigo did not crush his enemies, as in couldn't win. Surely, after all of that setup, you would think people would have seen Ichigo pulling something out against Luikura coming instead of just dying halfway through the series. No, even to this day I still see complaints about how Ichigo 1 was an asshole. And that's because everyone likes Luikura and didn't like how he was humiliated by the main character that
No, because he didn't have the Almighty at that point in time. He didn't even have the Almighty at that time, so you again would be objectively wrong, especially when we're talking about Yuhabaha versus like half of the roster that he fought prior to fighting what's-his-face? Ichibei.
that conveniently transforms every time he's on the verge of death. Speaking of which, this takes us to the last section of this video. I think when people complain about plot armor and even about power scaling, they're often reacting to another underlying issue, which is convenience. Admittedly, Bleach definitely has its fair share of convenient moments that help the story move forward. For example, Aizen killing the cleaner and the Don guy was just so happy to let Ichigo train in the area where time flows faster, ultimately leading to Aizen's defeat. Or the Quincy's time limit running out right after they defeated most of the Goatee 13, conveniently stopping them from finishing the job and killing the survivors. Or Ichigo and his friends not running into any captains who would have straight up killed them during the Society arc. Last but not least, Nanao just so happening to have a sword specifically designed to counter godlike enemies like Haru. I could probably go for 10 more minutes, but you get the point. Whether or not convenience thrown Bleach is up for debate, in my opinion, it didn't. This is one of those things where there is no objective answer. For me, it was tolerable, and that's because every single one of these moments had an in-universe justification.
What's the in-universe
justification? In my opinion.
Okay.
And it's not like this is some unique Bleach problem. This
What is the in-universe explanation? What's the explanation? Who's a better villain, Yuhabaha or Kaguya? Kaguya. I would always put money on Kaguya. I would actually put money on Kaguya. The third lap cross-world. Change up much. What moment made sense? What about it makes sense? Is this gas lighting campaign? Dude, he's using the gaslight fruit. The gasulite fruit.
kind of thing exists in pretty much every piece of media we consume. It only becomes a problem when it happens too often, or when a bitch is yelling in your ear about how they didn't like that a character conveniently did this or that.
By the way, that's unironically, like, I know some people are gonna say, like, oh, I'm I'm downplaying it, but that is unironically right there, like a country level feat. Bleach just reached country level with that feat.
What is funny is seeing people complain about this kind of stuff in Bleach while being fans of other shows that did the exact same thing, or
like
sometimes
what?
even worse.
Like
Because
what? Can you give me an example? Can you please give me an example?
somehow only Bleach gets bashed for shit like that. For example, if we're gonna criticize Bleach because Ichigo survived by turning into a monster after dying, then we also have to criticize Attack on Titan for doing literally the same thing. If we're gonna call the final Gesuga an asshole because
Not necessarily, because Eren Yeager was essentially written up to be a Titan. Listen, I don't care about Attack on Titan, but like Eren Yeager essentially stars kind of a lowball for Bleach. No, it's not. No, it's not. Country level is a lowball for Bleach. Actually, matter of fact, country level is kind of like a mid-ball for this fucking dumbass
it
series.
was never explicitly
Dog
stated
shit
that
ass
Ichigo was
fucking
capable of
series.
such a transformation,
He's
then we
objectively
should
an
also
asshole.
call out Attack on Titan again when Reiner survived being decapitated because he shifted his consciousness, which as far as I remember, and I might be mistaken, this ability was never mentioned once or implied
Yeah.
beforehand. Or in Hunter, when Gon sacrificed himself and was on the verge of death just for an overpowered character to be introduced out of thin air just to save his ass. And there are probably tens of thousands of other examples across anime, games, and TV shows, and that's because it is always easier for creators to conveniently add things instead of writing a whole ass complex storyline for everything they are introducing into a story. It's the same logic you see in games when the main character's weapons or loot just happens to be stuck inside a corpse near the player early on or conveniently placed before a boss fight, for example. The same principle applies to anime. Take Nanao's example, sure, it would have been easy for Kubo and arguably better to explicitly foreshadow that she had such weapon earlier, but then the outcome of that fight would have been way too predictable if it was not executed carefully.
Oh, yes, yes. I mean, guys, listen to me. The writer for the story could have given us any kind of foreshadowing or any kind of explanation that Nanao was some high priest or that she had a Zanpakuto hidden away that could perfectly counter a guy with a very specific power set. But that would have made the fight way too fucking predictable, guys. That would have made the fight way too predictable. Yo, guys, we shouldn't have any kind of foreshadowing on our series. They should just throw stuff at the wall and see what people like, and hopefully they'll like it enough to where like they'll defend this piece of shit. Oh man, this dog shit, dog water ass writing. God damn. I would actually put in my own freedom and free will and every last cent I ever make in order. I would literally bet my free will, my very life, all the money that I would ever make, in that if Bleach came out in 2025, the first chapter released today, that shit wouldn't even make it past the Soul Society arc for how absolutely fucking dog shit it is. This shit is so ass, dude.
Plus, we wouldn't have gotten that emotional flashback that tied.
Okay, and now just for that, now you're gonna get timed out. Now you're gonna get timed out for that because you're saying somebody has a brain and tried to say that they're universal, but they just laughed like idiots. If you're gonna call people idiots, I don't fuck with that. That actually does get you timed out. Thank you. I was looking for an excuse. Anyway.
Their story with Shinsui's. Here, conveniently, getting that weapon might not have been the best way to handle it, but it sure was the easiest. And it's totally fair if you didn't like that. But if you're gonna call that bad writing and complain about it, might as well be consistent with that opinion across all the other media you consume.
I am. I can call shit out for being bad writing. 100%. Bleach just has a lot of it. Bleach made a lot more sense in retrospective than the first time around. That's because Aizen didn't want you to know the retrospective until that point, creating hype auras and moments. My argument against Bleach. Any argument against Bleach? Me. Cool swords fights. He, Bankai goes blur, absolute minima. All part of my plan. They criticize Bleach not because it's bad, but because some kids don't have a brain and can't. I can prove you why Bleach is extremely well written. I was just waiting for X to drop an opinion. People mostly dog shit Bleach because of misunderstanding that are spread throughout the vids by people who don't understand it. What? Only the bound arc feels that way. Okay, blah, blah. Bad pacing is pretty much a children's sickness in anime. The manga's pacing is actually a lot easier to digest than the OG animation. I don't know. I was kind of slogging through it. It is well written and has a lot of foreshadowing. I don't know about that. I guess foreshadowing is fine, or doing callbacks is fine. I guess when you make a callback to something you wrote previously and said, well, I didn't explain that a lot, so now I can do it now. I guess you could see that as foreshadowing, sure. People don't know what plot armor is and they just throw the term around. Jesus Christ. I love how fights in Bleach can even focus on the philosophy instead of strength. What do you mean philosophy instead of strength? It's like rock, paper, scissors. The strongest rock will still lose to paper. No, it won't. That's not how rock, paper, scissors work. Guys, did you guys know that in rock, paper, scissors, all I have to say is I have super strong rock that goes through all paper, and then that just automatically means that now every time I click rock, it wins? Unless you interpret the rock ripping through the paper, trying to cover it only to get caught in a second layer of paper they're prepared. The back and forth can go on Bleach. You really never know how it will turn out. No, yes you can. Yes, the fuck you can. People forget that every MC has plot armor. Somehow the MC can quickly catch up to people way older than them. The only fraud allegations against Squad Zero Table, it's enough. It's really enough. I know, right? So annoying how people ignore the content, just be hating. I'm not surprised. The anime doesn't convince people. I don't know what will. To be fair, I haven't heard anything Squad Zero dismissing since the anime showed them just saying vocal minority people who were just probably binging the season and weren't really paying attention. So now people aren't paying attention. It's always everybody isn't paying attention. After making a video about the issues that Bleach has, it's going to be glorious. I mean, I don't really care if he does. I really wouldn't give a shit if people like one thing that I've really suddenly realized, and I had a conversation with my therapist about this today, but like, I really don't have to give a shit about what people are going to say in terms of like what my opinions are on Bleach. I really just don't need to give two fiddly fucks or two tears in a bucket about it. Just do it and just live life. Yeah, I guess I'm not going out anymore. I'm just gonna read through these. It's kind of late, and I don't want to be riding public transportation this late. Yuhabaka is using Yamamoto's rage to ultimately do him in, and in the end, he was quite the sound strategy, regardless of the powers or thousands of years of experience. Indeed, the Quincy blitzing and leaving the Soul Society in ruin harks to modern day warfare. No, it doesn't. No, the fuck it doesn't. Would not be surprised if Yuhabaka followed readers of the book of the First Gulf War and strategy out hacks time and time again. So the main villain was almost literally a god of fire, inciting his rage and apocalyptic level and viable strategy and effectiveness, making him vulnerable to be defeated by a surprise attack, blah, 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 blah. Yeah. Will literally make up the most... Bleach fans will literally make up the most delusional, insane headcanons ever. Holy, man. Let's see what he says. So actually reading the show is headcanon now? Got it. Brother, what... That's what you got from what he said, LMAO. You lack comprehension because that's not what Op said. Bleach is hated because of the amount of glazing Naruto and fans do. It's like all they do is downplay Bleach, even though it is pretty much the father of the new gen anime. Jesus Christ. Smiling Friends out of 10. Smiling Friends is fantastic, dude. I could literally just sit there and watch all that shit. Yeah, we're gonna watch the video. I'm just checking out some of the comments. I already got it up, man. Clash Valley is just peak writing, man. One Piece doesn't have the best fights, I agree, but their abilities are utilized in way more interesting ways. Can you watch the most subtle depiction of the strongest? I got you in a second. Psychology says it's a behavior seen among insecure and jealous people as they do, endangering their interests, because they're scared that Bleach will surpass their anime, especially One Piece fans. Bleach is better writing than Naruto. Matter of fact, it's a better version of Naruto, only really lacking in music and OST. Oh, man. I really found it funny. Some One Piece fans that I know say it's bad writing whenever I said Ichigo's writing is amazing, and I will be more appreciated the longer you watch because the story is about his self-discovery, not him discovering new things outside of his own worlds, and they laugh it off like, bro, you people are the ones saying watch One Piece. Trust me, it'll get good after 200 or 1,000 episodes. No, it's good from the start. There's slog bits, but it's good from the start. Bleach is downplayed because people genuinely hate the series. You can provide objective universal scaling. Okay, but this is all about power scaling. Yeah. Here's Ichigo survival, bro. The universe is bleak, chaotic, hanging on by a thread. Is a seized that values showing over telling. A lot of these people complain about... I'm gonna come back to this video. I'm gonna come back to this video and literally just screenshot a couple of these, block out the names, and I'm just gonna throw them in. I'm just gonna throw them into my video. That is so crazy to me. I had an argument with someone a few days ago. What did this guy say before? Yuhabaka. Let me type that into the comments actually. Yuhabaka is not some random dude. Yuhabaka is not some random dude that came in out of nowhere and started watching. Actually, no, let me not even put in the comment. I'm not even going to do that. You know what? I'm not doing that. Let's not do that. What was your favorite clash? My favorite clash was Rox versus Roger and Garp. That shit was peak. It is used to King Kong because he's a hybrid. It was very strange to me because they said that if being a hybrid made Ichigo an instantly broken character that never lost a fight, it's just plain wrong because if you watch or read the series, you would know that Ichigo isn't even the strongest character in the series. He literally has gotten overpowered and defeated by a huge chunk of the notable enemies and fight them multiple times to win, like Byakuya, Ulquiorra, Aizen, Yuhabaka. He's even lost to characters you wouldn't expect him to lose to, like Uryu and Askin, but he lost anyway. And when it comes to Yuhabaka, Ichigo fought him 4 times, and 3 out of those 4 times he lost, despite haters' logic of his hybrid nature making him overpowered. And the last time he fought Yuhabaka, he didn't even defeat him alone because he had help. Ichigo is actually a profound philosophy presented as an entertainment art form. The concept of using your own soul cutter or katana, which you discover Bankai as you focus on your inner nature, is very profound. It's a core life philosophy that can help anyone. There's also this deep concept that being disconnected from the world in pure pursuit of knowledge, or rebellion, Aizen, versus being content with caring for those closest to you, Ichigo. Kubo really knows philosophy and wisdom, and he's a genius for making such concepts popular through his art and writing. Bleach is a masterpiece. Wow. The amount of glazing. I got you, Six. I got you. I'm gonna read it when I come back in the week. I'm not gonna read today. Ichigo makes more sense. Why I love Bleach, its the least favorite parts of the anime canon were the long drawn out fights, once screwed away Moon, especially the Renji Nishida fights in the Pink Hair, absolutely butchering Orihime's characters ever knowing Kubo Machine. Just dumb people who watch Solo Leveling. This dude made a lot of points just to say he just did not provide any actual arguments for them. Shit's so funny to me. Alright. Read the new comments in that video. New comments. Newest comment. I'm crying. I'm fucking crying. Free Bungus Eon. Yeah. Fuck Uryu in the Ichigo fight. I'm only there for the Arrancar saga. Huecomundo. I wonder how you will debunk the B. Kubo the lie or One Piece Blood wasn't neither the low point of the series nor the embodiment of everything wrong with the series. By lying. Okay. And that's why you realistically cannot put that into numbers. I have two friends who watch a lot of anime, but they both say they've never bothered one Bleach, whatever. Great video. Bleach is downplayed often by people who think the scaling is the end-all be-all and then rush the manga preferably to extend the anime adaptation. Displays the true goals of Kubo. An issue with Bleach is the fans wanking them push back. Kenpachi has bells on his hair, meaning he is subsonic, but people will say Shuhei is FTL Plus in that arc. I don't know, man. I don't know. It was mid. The video was not that well put together, in my opinion. I can't watch this without my entire thing being demonetized. This is from, like, the actual show. I don't think I can watch this, Bob, without getting my video, without getting the entire stream demonetized. I genuinely can't watch this. I'm trying to type in the title of the video I want to request, but it's not appearing in chat. That's unfortunate. I don't think I can. I really don't think I can watch this. I'm gonna get dude. I'm gonna get into so yeah. This whole thing is getting demonetized. I might as well private this. All right. Let's put it like that. Let's put it like I can't. What the fuck is going on with this new playback shit, man? This new playback speed thing is so stupid. Let me increase the fucking speed. Keep skipping the video. Yeah. Okay. Okay, he slams him in. Then he goes around, jumps around, tries to slam him in. They use a hammer, cool. Throws him in. Was Nami, the video was Nami Solo's pre-time skip. I'm not watching a lot of videos. Guys. How large is Las Noches of the Cerite reanalysis? I'll check out the two videos you guys asked for, but I can't, they can't be... Okay, what was the thing you asked me for, Six? The most... I'm just gonna type it in and I'm gonna try to keep, like, clicking through this. The most subtle depiction of Transformers? I'm crying. Of the strongest. Yeah, I really can't... Of Transformers? I'm crying. Alright, they do a thing, they do a lariat with a string, yeah, lightning cable, cool, that's cool. They kick him, they do the thing, they uppercut him, ooh, weave. That thing knocks down. Let's do that. Stepping on them. Wheeljack breaks the Ultra Magnus hammer. Oh, shit, Optimus Prime. Is that a fucking Gatling? Wait a second. Is that a fucking Gatling? I love a Gatling gun, man. I love me some Gatling guns. If you can't watch, yeah, there's no point if I can't watch the whole thing. I know. You know what? I'll check it out and let you know as soon as I finish up the stream. I'll probably go watch some Great British Baking with my mom, and then I'll go through it. Oh my God, JJK video? Yes, thank you. Blue-Eyed Samurai? No, I have not. I don't watch anime.
Typically get answers like Gojo or Sukuna due to their overwhelming strength, and the honest truth that either one of these characters can destroy the rest of the cast alone with ease.
Bleacher JJK? JJK 10 times out of 10. JJK is a fucking amazing ass series. That makes sense. Oh, right. Some Ellie's video, yeah.
When you ask someone who's the greatest depiction of the strongest in Jujutsu Kaisen specifically, you usually get Gojo due to his tragic solitude and disconnect from the world around him, that slowly set in as he grows a sorcerer,
Bleach,
or Sukuna,
right.
who happily accepts his role as the most powerful being in existence, and uses this role in order to set himself as
Okay.
a benchmark for those who seek strength. But what if I told you guys that there was another character besides those two in Kashimo who represent the strongest, and in my opinion, is the best representation for what the story is attempting to convey to the audience? If you couldn't tell from the thumbnail already, this character is going to be Yuji Itadori. This is a character who goes through all sorts of struggles in many shapes and sizes throughout the narrative of Jujutsu Kaisen, and somehow comes out on top in every single way possible in a brutal world that exists off of the fundamental rule of give and take. And I want to use this video to explain why this is so. How did Yuji beat the odds that even both Gojo and Sukuna could not? Well, I'll break that down in this video, and with that said, since I value the time of both you and I'm going to cut this short and get straight into the essay. Before anything else, I believe it's imperative to get background on Yuji in order to understand the angle that Gege Akutami takes with this character and why his struggle is so profound. Yuji Itadori begins the story as a high school boy who is very passive. He does not act unless he's provoked, and when he is unprovoked, he typically goes about his life just attending school and skipping club activities in order to visit his sick grandfather in the hospital. Yuji goes about this routine up until one day his grandfather passes away. His parting words to Yuji to simply help all those around him in any way he could in order to pass away surrounded by others when it's his time. Yuji's strong, so he should be the one to help people. He meets Megumi shortly after this, as he and his club members were screwing around with one of Sukuna's fingers, an artifact that Megumi was sent out by Jujutsu Society to collect, and the two head out to exterminate the curse that has consumed it while they were at the hospital. As things with the curse get dicey, Yuji consumes the artifact to gain curse energy so he can combat this curse, only to be possessed by Sukuna, as that is the fate of any human who chooses to eat one of his fingers. However, Yuji is the exception. Although the shock of curse energy did allow Sukuna to gain
Would mentally break in the beginning if he had to go through what Yuji went through. Whoa. Are we seriously gonna act like Ichigo Kurosaki of all people is gonna deal with the shit that Yuji had to go through, where if he ate Sukuna's fingers, then Sukuna just came out and then just wiped out a bunch of people. Ichigo looked like he was about to fucking break down crying after fucking after White came out of him the first fucking time, bro. The entire time that he was fighting Grimjow or whatever, when he was like losing his shit because like, oh, I can't let the demon come out of me or whatever. I can't let my inner hollow take over. I can't let that thing take. Ichigo would not be able to even remotely deal with half of the shit that Yuji went through, mentally speaking. That man had his inner powers coming out to try and protect him, and he was like, oh man, I'm so afraid of it. I don't want to use it. Oh my god. Yeah, he does not have strong mental fortitude. As a matter of fact, one of the biggest things in the entirety of like Bleach, in terms of its power scaling, is that Ichigo is never fan animated. The memes Prime versus Megatron by Johnny Flash. You know what? I do feel bad that I didn't get. It's longer, dude. I'm trying to go eat. Can I check them out? Can I check them out when I do? Can I check them out when I do another stream like Monday or Tuesday? How was the video? Did you like it?
control.
What video? What video are we talking about? This one's pretty
Yuji
fine.
still has primary control over the body and can serve as a stable host to
Not right now.
Sukuna's
If I do any
fingers.
more
This
reactions,
is
it's
a
gonna
big moment for
be
Jujutsu
when I get
Society,
back to
as
streaming
Sukuna's fingers
this
cannot
upcoming
be
week.
destroyed directly, but can be destroyed if they're contained within a host, and the host is destroyed. And thus,
Yeah, next stream.
Yuji Sensei Gojo gives him an ultimatum.
Oh, I'm
Either
not check.
help
Oh,
others
the
by
One Piece
collecting
title video.
all
I
of your
still haven't
fingers
checked that shit
and
out,
then
dude.
being executed once your job is done, or
Name
just
mark
simply
that.
die here as he's still at risk. Yuji takes the obvious choice and begins his journey to collect all of Sukuna's fingers and then die at the end. Many adversaries
Dude, I just
would
wanna go
challenge
eat.
Yuji, including Sukuna himself, the strongest sorcerer in history who was revered as a god amongst man in the Heian era, a human calamity that will cut down any who even dare to displease him, let alone stand in his way. One who values human life less than anyone else.
Yeah, I got you
Anyone
too. I
else
got you too.
Besides
Thor, I got you
Mahito.
too.
The human curse was literally manifested through the collective malice of humanity, a curse who exists to simply challenge and kill humans. Mahito can see the shape of souls within all creatures, so when he sees humanity alongside plants and animals, he has to question as to why humans believe they're superior. Why do these creatures stand above the rest, only adding to his desire to
I'm gonna
torment
watch
them?
mommy
These two
ASMR. Dude, I want to have lunch. I want to have my lunch because I had breakfast at like 11 a.m. and I just wanna sit down and watch some Great British Baking with my mom before she heads out of the country in like a week and a half.
Theories are most important to understanding Yuji, as we've already established that Yuji's purpose was given to him by his grandfather, who wants him to protect and help as many people as he possibly can, to make sure that all can die a quote-unquote good death. Mahito and Sukuna both do everything possible to prevent this. Mahito takes the lives of many of Yuji's closest allies and even his mentor Nanami in brutal and inhuman ways, all the while laughing in his face, calling Yuji naive and questioning his ideals until these same ideals are eventually shattered and rebuilt more powerful than ever through their final confrontation. As Yuji looks down on Mahito, he states to him that they are one and the same. The same way that Mahito kills humans for his purpose, Yuji has been killing curses for his own purpose of protecting others, but that doesn't even matter now, as he is going to kill him. Despite his realization, Yuji does not need meaning or reason. He's likely no more than a cog in the grand scheme of things.
Mommy, you're
He's
watching
willing to
Mommy
keep killing
Punishes
curses
here?
for
What
as
the
long
fuck
as he
is that?
can, as this is his role in all of this. Halfway through the story, Yuji
Damn,
manages to
I
accept
can't
that
I
he
can't want to
is a cog for a
spend
greater
time with my
society
parent.
and
That's
to keep the
crazy.
system going. If that's what it takes to protect others, then so be it. Yuji always carries an ideal, something like this throughout the story, no matter where he is along his journey, and no matter how it changes. Yuji serves to carry a burden in order to help those around him be at their best, and this is why I love his character. If we move forward to Yuji's final confrontation with Sukuna at the end of the series, we see that he doesn't only try to use his newly found domain expansion to speak to Sukuna in order to find out if he should be saved or killed for the greater good, but he also speaks to Megumi in order to save him. Keep Sukuna in mind, as he will get a dedicated section later in the video, but we'll cover Megumi's moment here very quickly. After Yuji reaches a pseudo-enlightenment and finishes talking to Sukuna about his values and ideals, he makes one final attempt to reach Megumi before he battles Sukuna alone. He speaks to Megumi to not convince him to come out and help or to regain his agency, but he speaks to Megumi to convey to him that he completely understands and empathizes with his current mental state and loss. But despite this, he cannot tell Megumi to just get up and keep fighting. This is one of the most important moments in the series, and possibly the most important, as again, it encapsulates the message of the series and what Gege Akutami seems to believe what true empathy is. This empathy Yuji possesses is something that Gojo bet the entire future of Jujutsu Society on, after all, and is what ended up saving Megumi at the end of the story. There's also another aspect of this empathy that Yuji provides that makes it so powerful, and it's the benefits that it tends to reap
Yuji's
for him
best boy,
throughout the
man.
story.
He's really
As
the best
previously
boy.
mentioned, we have seen Yuji's empathy be the key to victory many times, but it has also been the key to him gaining the assistance of those such as Higuruma, who was willing to sacrifice his own life for the sake of defeating Sukuna, and why those such as Principal Yaga, Nanami, and Gojo are so far into his corner when it comes to keeping him alive. To see someone who cares so much about others in the context of the endless marathon of Jujutsu sorcery moves them and allows them to believe in something more than themselves. Although this isn't really focused on too much, as Yuji doesn't get as much screen time as the average protagonist, it's still there and hard to ignore. Moving on to the next section, although I originally planned to cover Gojo first here, I think it's better to go over Sukuna, as Sukuna does a better job as a character in showing the true effects of Yuji's strength when it comes to empathy and how far it actually got him in the grand scheme of things. But before that, we should cover what Sukuna represents when it comes to the idea of the strongest, as he is once again a calamity given form. Individual strength is not only a way to make your ideals become a reality to him, but a governing force of the universe, and understandably so, as the world abandoned him the moment he was born, and strength seemed to be the only way he could have agency and respect in the Heian era. Because Sukuna is strong, he is allowed to live whichever way he wants, and if anybody says otherwise, they should gain the strength to challenge him and prevent that. If you're weak, die. Sukuna also seems to use himself as a barometer for other warriors who seek strength, as he explains to Kashimo that many people have challenged him with all their might, wanting his recognition to understand their worth, but Kashimo killed them, all the while wondering how he can actually treat them with love and care. To want something more than this life, is to be full of greed and nothing more. This philosophy is usually entertained by all those Sukuna faces throughout the story, but the first man to actually challenge this belief that has always proved Sukuna to be right is Yuji Itadori. As Sukuna has just defeated Higuruma, he goes on to see that Yuji has surprised him once more with the reveal of his reverse curse technique, and he acknowledges that Yuji has grown in strength, but he finds himself irritated, confused. Why? He's fought countless warriors who have challenged him with different beliefs and ideals, but why does Yuji bother him so much? Sukuna comes to understand that all who have challenged him before Yuji could not really prove that they believed what they said. To Sukuna, they were nothing but words. But Yuji specifically believes what he believes, and with sharing a body and their souls making direct contact, he knows that Yuji's not just talking. Yuji genuinely believes what he fights for, and his character is who he is, and this rocks Sukuna to his core, because Yuji has become something that he has never had the chance to, and there's no way he can cope by denying this. On top of this, Sukuna knows that Yuji's ideals allow him to be so much weaker than him, yet allow him to stand on the same ground as him as a rival. To understand that the path he was on may not be the absolute correct one and is in jeopardy of being incorrect infuriates him, as we see that this is the reason why he typically disrespects Yuji far more than anybody else, and it's because Yuji's not just a genuine threat to himself, but everything he stands for. Gojo, on the other hand, is the sensei of Yuji, and the man who is hailed as the strongest sorcerer of today. His entire life he was praised as someone who tipped the scales of fate, as someone who was born with the 6 eyes comes once every 400 years, and combined with this cursed technique, he is literally untouchable. The world stopped the day he was born. It would only continue to move forward if he willed it. His strength gained him tons of recognition throughout the world of sorcery, and ironically, this same strength is what would bound him to a fate where those only know him for his strength, and not who he truly is. A question has always haunted him, this question being from his one and only peer at the time, Geto, who he believed was the only person who could actually understand him, as they once shared the title of the strongest. Are you the strongest because you're Satoru Gojo, or are you Satoru Gojo
Have a good one,
because you're
Bob.
the strongest? This question would isolate him and make him vow to never again allow Jujutsu Society to push someone away from it like they once did to Geto. Gojo would eventually meet
The great thing
Yuji,
about
and
JJK
soon
is that the
after
main
place
villain
all
and the
his
main
hopes
character are
into
the
it,
most compelling in
going
the
as far to
manga.
commit the
I could
crime
agree with
of
that.
hiding Sukuna's final finger so Yuji could actually never achieve his original goal and die. Gojo can be called the strongest for many different reasons, but the reason I wanted to focus on is his solitude, as Yuji was the only character who seemed to be able to cure this solitude in the current time of the story through simply being himself, and someone who cared to understand Gojo beyond the facade he would put up as being this goofy, powerful idiot. Yuji cared to protect and love everyone around him, even including Gojo himself, despite Gojo being all-powerful, and these behaviors were something he adored. Everyone else did not really care for Gojo due to his strength, but Yuji always did, even if he had no reason to. Another aspect of Gojo's strength that allowed it to be so profound was the fact that it was typically the reason why things went so wrong for everybody. The over-reliance on Gojo's strength was a problem and always has been, as we see things will fall apart if he's not present, or sometimes not even at its best. Gojo's strength has always been a very profound topic, as really, despite it seeming to be awesome, it's caused him way more trouble than good. I have a video specifically for this topic if you're interested in a dedicated analysis. To bring all of this together, I brought up Sukuna and Gojo in order to get into the final chapter of the series a lot more smoothly. This chapter having both of these characters come to the conclusion that Yuji does possess this supreme depiction of the strongest. Firstly, we come to see Gojo's section in the final chapter, where he and Yuji speak about what would happen if he passed away. Gojo decides to take this conversation in a different direction than usual, saying that everyone will grow up and surpass him someday, and given that, he wants at least one person to forget about him and become strong in their own way. To be more specific here, he doesn't mean himself literally, but in this conversation, he's speaking about the idea of himself. He
You
wants
really
Jujutsu
hate
Society to
Gojo.
move past the
I
mere
don't
evil
understand why
want
you hate
or
Gojo so
Satoru
much,
Gojo,
Six.
and to move towards someone
What
who becomes
about him
strong
gets so
in their
much
own way,
vitriol
or
from
more
you?
so, Yuji's way, as he chose Yuji as a successor for a reason. And Yuji does question this logic, but Gojo just tells him to shut up as he's more confident than ever. And Gojo doesn't clarify, as this is one of those things where it's like, if you tell someone and describe it to them, they'll begin to overthink and mess it up. Gojo just wants Yuji to be himself and nothing more, because that is exactly what has saved him and so many others. Sukuna, on the other hand, walks into the afterlife and is greeted by Mahito. The two converse for a bit, and Sukuna just admits that he did cause havoc not because it was his nature, but because he wanted revenge for how the world treated him. Even after being given 2 chances to stray from this path of hatred, he still moved forward with it. After this, he chooses to take one last chance and move forward, saying that if he's reincarnated, he will change how he lives this time around, because guess
The only thing that people like about him is that he's hot and has forced cooled moments. I don't agree with that. If that's what you assume that like most people like Gojo for, I guess, but like I don't agree with that. I don't play the Resident Evil games. They don't interest me at all. I don't know if I'd agree with that. He doesn't have forced cool moments. Although I could maybe see where you're coming from. Okay.
what? He lost. He lost his battle to Yuji. And
I think
by proxy
Gojo's just funny.
has to accept that Yuji's way of becoming strong, embracing love,
I
and
like
sharing it with.
personally, I like the idea of like a character like Gojo who like knows he's strong, knows he's powerful, knows that nobody can really like damage him, and just has a broken axe that like nobody can really like deal with, at least in the modern age. And like, I'm just like, yeah, I like the personification of like a modern day guy from like 2018, just knowing that he's the shit and nobody can really like deal with anything.
Those around him reign supreme. There is no way around it, and honestly, what an amazing conclusion to both characters in my opinion. They both acknowledge Yuji as someone who stands amongst them in their own ways, while bringing the message of the series full circle and concluding the two best character arcs all in one go. Jujutsu Kaisen was always about lifting up one another and working together to achieve something far beyond what you and you alone are capable of. If one character was missing in the second half of the series, everybody would have been easily eradicated by Sukuna one way or another. There's no
Yeah.
doubt about that.
I agree.
The teamwork and care that the cast had for each other has allowed them to accomplish something beyond anything Sukuna
Like,
could do.
unironically, I think it's also a good idea to even show somebody like Ino, because you could be like, well, Ino's a bum. What did he do to get the fight against Sukuna? But like, he has no reason for his powers besides it being given to him by the author. Well, no, he was born with them. You could say quite literally the same thing about any other character in any other series. You could say the same thing about Yuno. You could say the same thing about Mereoleona. You could literally say that exact same argument for. You could say the same thing about Luffy. He has no reason for his powers besides it being given to him by the author. Yeah, I could say the same thing about Luffy. I could say the same thing about Zoro too. You know what I mean? Like, that's not a good argument in my opinion. I think that's just not a good argument.
Even Gojo's final battle in a way hammers this in, as although he couldn't beat Sukuna alone, Gojo's efforts against him played a crucial role in giving everybody the tiniest chance in fighting against him, and above all else, Yuji embodies his message best. There's a reason why most of his fights contain him receiving help from those around him, and why he's typically the one to push people to either make the sacrifice play or go beyond their limits. His strength lies beyond himself, and pushes others to become the best versions of themselves. All in all, this video is why I believe Yuji serves as a depiction of the strongest and possibly the best in Jujutsu.
What was your
Kaisen.
video, Thor?
He's
If you're
one of
still
the kind of
here,
characters
what was
I think
your
this is only
video?
Further reinforced by the fact that
I don't think it
everything
can
he
counter
does-
Lily Barrow's attack. You are misunderstanding the intention behind my words. He's only powerful because he has talent. That's it. Same thing could be said for so many characters, dude. I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that.
He's capable of.
You could say that
was
same
given
argument.
to
I feel like that's a very broad argument that you can use for like. I don't like broad arguments like that because you could literally just use that for a lot of characters. You don't have to like the character. How large was Lost Noches? Okay, so I'll look up the Ellie stuff. The mistakes of Bleach. Why the anime community sucks. Dude, that's 14 minutes. I'm just trying to go eat. I'll click on this. Okay, so what was it called? By Seraphic. Dude, I'm not watching the Sarate shit. I'm not doing that. No. We're not doing that. I'm not watching some shit by that dude just for him to like talk in that monotone ass voice for the next 50 minutes. I'm not doing that, dude. Nah, sorry. Can't do that. I did not find his I did not find the dude's content even remotely enthralling in the slightest bit. I'm not doing that. By the way, I don't want to watch. Okay, Sometimes Ellie. Let's see what Sometimes Ellie's got. Nah, I'm done. It's only 20 minutes. I'm not doing that. Oh, that's fair. If you just like characters like that, I can't really say anything like that then. I feel the same way about I feel the same way about characters like Byakuya and Sun Jingwoo, so I get you. Alright, that's fair. I'll throw these videos into like a watch later. I'll throw these videos into like the whole like watch later thing. And I'll check them out whenever you guys save to watch later. How large is the Sarate? I'm just going to type this in. It better show up. Seraphic scales. Jesus Christ. 20 minutes.
In the past year that I've been power scaling on this account, I've made innumerable claims, and while I've still
Yeah, sure. We'll do that. And what was the video that Bob wanted me to watch? Because I don't want to just leave him out of the loop either. Event Nemesis Prime. Damn, autocorrect. Okay, Nemesis Prime. Nemesis Prime versus Megatron. Fan animation by Johnny Flash. Okay. Okay. We'll throw this in. Save to watch later. Okay, we'll leave it at that. That's completely fair. Watch the 20-second clip of Cinnabate about Bleach fans. It's just because it's broad doesn't mean it's bad. I don't think it's bad criticism at that point. Like if you just don't like that kind of bad, if you just don't like that kind of character, I think that's fine. I don't like characters like Byakuya or Sung Jin Woo, so I think that's fine. Like, not liking a specific archetype of character, I think is completely reasonable then. I just wasn't sure as to the reasons for it. You can skip to the 9-minute if you want. Hey, do you think about Father? What do you think about Father from MHA? By the way, guys, can we get some W's for Drake? Thank you so much, Drake. I really appreciate the $2, dude. That really does mean the world to me. Can we get some W Drakes, guys? I do think that Father from FMA is actually a really good villain. All things considered, I think the way that he went out as like a pathetic little runt that couldn't even survive outside of the flask, I think that was also interesting. The only thing I didn't like about Father towards the end was that he seemed like such a powerful alchemist, just for him to kind of lose to Edward Elric just throwing hands with him. That's kind of like my biggest issue. Do you like Itachi or Garp? I think Itachi is glazed way far beyond than what he needs to be, but I think he's a fine enough character. Garp is okay. I kind of get his reasonings behind everything that he does. You said Cinnabit. Cinnabit Bleach.
Isn't this guy the main character in Bleach? So he's Bleach. Ichigo Bleach? So there is a Bleach. This looks really cool. Bleach isn't his last name? Please tell me Kurosaki means Bleach. All right, well, you know what? His name is Ichigo Bleach in my mind. Isn't this
Who the fuck
guy
is
the main-
this? I don't know who the fuck this chick is.
And then one time I rage baited the Bleach community and I got sent my address.
That's fine.
That's valid. Yeah, that one was. I called their anime mid and I said.
One second. Which one is this one? Who's this one? Is this Pokimane or is this Pokimane or is this the other one? What's the other one's name? Pokimane. There was another one that looks just like her. Belle Delphine? No, that's not Belle Delphine. Who the fuck is this? Who the fuck is this chick? Anybody know? No, this is getting to me. This one's getting to me. Who the fuck is this girl? That's not Pokimane. Who the fuck is she? I don't know. Some chick. Oh, Valkyrie. Yeah, that's Valkyrie. Yeah, they all look the same to me.
I called their anime mid and I said nobody watches it and I was like,
To Bleach?
Oh, I did an entire rage
Do you know
bait
what
video.
Bleach is?
Yes.
Did you find out after or before you said that comment?
No, I knew what it was. I just wanted to rage bait content.
Who hurt you as a child?
That might have been the most valid docs they ever did. Yeah, he sent me my address and he said, "Don't you ever make a video on Bleach again." So then I did like a week later. And then once.
Cool. They ain't Cinna. That's all I know. I don't know who this chick is and why I should care about her, but cool. That was funny. She got doxxed for not liking Bleach. As a matter of fact, before I go anywhere, Bleach Reddit. Let me see what the Bleach subreddit's like. Maki Anishin. Yeah. Holy shit, give it to me. Who's the blessed Bleach YouTuber? Deleted scene from the 1,000-Year Blood War. I love my beautiful daughter. That's funny. How strong is the big three? Sure. Bro, you said you were gonna watch Ellie's videos. No, I'm not watching that shit right now. I'm not doing that right now. I'll put it in for later. Those videos are like 14, 15 minutes long. I'm not doing that right now. I'm tired and I'm hungry. I saw that Spanishy on Wepa. Where was the Spanish? Where was Spanish? What are we talking about Spanish? She's the greatest female creator of all time? Okay. There was a guy who wanted to wake up by pumping in some Quincy. Honestly, this moment's hype coming into Core 4. Who disrespected and humiliated Ichigo the most? What's the most like controversial take on this thing? How do I card compact best rising? Let's see what the most hot claims on Bleach are. Sort by No, not that. By... Oh, well, this sucks. Yeah. Kubo lays so many foreshadowing clues that some things only become clear later. Things we couldn't understand from the manga. He explained to us. He taught us a lot. Yeah. Must be what rappers be talking about. I also never understood why like they didn't just like squat up with them. I guess they didn't want to see Captain Komamura. Oh, Zempic. Alright. Well, everything interesting here. Is this still the one? How strong is the big three, actually? Sure. Alright. I threw these in. Gurren Lagann is not available in my country. Try to pull our black flag and sail to the seven seas. In your YouTube search. Oh, these are from my mom. Yeah. These are from my mom. She was watching some Miss Universe stuff. Because she said that, like, the lady that won Miss Universe is ugly as all hell. She was like, ranting to me about why my family was going crazy about that shit. And she's also been watching some Spanish stuff lately. She loves watching movies in Spanish, and since I've got YouTube Premium, I just lend it to her. I'm just happy that shit's not coming up in my recommended. Looking at the city of Tokyo above, in one picture's pretty darn big. If Las Noches was that big, I wouldn't mind it. You got a Twitter or X account? Nope, but I am soon enough going to make a TikTok account where I'm going to post my shorts, and I'm just going to crash out on all that stuff. People do seem to gas FMA for some reason. FMA is good. I think that FMA is really good. It's a nice self-contained story. It does cover in some nice little themes. I think it's okay. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. Naruto was never about hard work beating talent. Yeah, because talent always won. Logic is now racist? What makes Logic racist?
Logic is anti-black?
Why is he anti-black?
Like crypto-racism thing? Logic is anti-black?
The entire concept of logic is anti-black. But let's zoom out for some context. Western philosophy built its idea of reason by defining who wasn't rational. To be logical meant being European.
Writing is okay. It's most definitely not the best anime, not even close. I think it's fine. Don't forget the Mayuri and Nemu. Yeah, I'll put that up. The 2003 Fullmetal was pretty good. I didn't like the ending of the movie. I think that My Hero Academia is like original series because I did watch it like way after I saw Fullmetal Alchemist. I think that like Fullmetal Alchemist is legitimately okay. Like it's a very good series. I've rewatched it a couple times. It's a nice little 55 episode series that you can like really just ingest. Yeah, it's a good and close story. Yeah, had a good ending. I agree. It's nice and self-contained. You can just watch FMA Brotherhood and you kind of get the entire concept of it. Although if you want to watch Fullmetal Alchemist from like the OG series, I would say probably stop after a certain point. But FMA Brotherhood kind of like really encapsulates it all very well. It looks like he's gonna star in the next Morpheus movie. That's crazy. Morbius? Morbin time?
Oh, God.
By the way, I went to check her profile. This is not bait.
White meant rational, industrious, and modern. Black and brown meant lazy, primitive, and dependent.
What do you even say to something like that? A lot of ancient Greeks, they weren't even white to begin with. So the entire premise of this doesn't even make sense.
Male and civilized.
Yes.
It's everything blackness was imagined not to be. But
Blackness wasn't imagined to be civilized? Why would you even say that about yourself?
that's why Afro-pessimists and
Oh, this is crazy. Jesus
Afro
Christ.
progress, like
in someone else's timeline.
the global.
Please stop coping, chat. Half of the Straw Hats are ass now? Damn. I don't agree with that. Reminds me of the woman who said, "Did you have a good morning?" was racist because apparently white slave owners would say that to slaves as if good morning wasn't used by the entire planet. Yeah.
Finally, on the post-colony, which reveals colonial reason as a logic that made blackness the outer limit of the human. So when I say logic is anti-black, I mean the very rules of logic were written from an imperialist.
I'm not gonna lie. This entire time... No. Wait. Hold on. This entire time, when she's talking about logic is anti-black, I thought she was talking about the fucking rapper. I thought she was... I thought she was talking about the fucking rapper. I'm fucking weak. I'm like, yo, What makes this guy Logic anti-black? What the how the fuck is Logic the I'm sitting here thinking like the entire time, like, what did Logic do now? Like, I don't follow this dude. I think I saw him once in a Dashi video, but besides that, I don't know who the fuck he is. Like, did he say some racist shit? Did he say some foul shit? Is this one of those things where like white people can't rap? So he's anti-black or some shit? No, it was just he was talking about like actual logic, like the actual concept of logic. Holy shit. Okay.
Thinking like this, it's because the thinking leads to conclusions that put them at a disadvantage. They have spent
Jesus
such a long
Christ.
time sending retards to college and then giving them fake degrees that have no value.
Did he call somebody the R word? What the fuck?
This like fucking monumental student aid debt, and there's nothing that they can do about it. So that's it.
Well, they can make Netflix shows.
Bro, I thought she was talking about Bro, I thought she was talking about the rapper. I'm commenting that. Ironically, she's proving her own point. That's crazy to say. Asmongold said the R word while being anti-education. That's crazy, yeah. Ichigo in Hell. Ichigo has become too strong for the Hell arc. Didn't Mr. Tomo make a video about the why Kenpachi's Bankai doesn't stand a chance against Bleach's strongest Sternritter? Aizen versus Yuhabaha. Who would win? Didn't we kind of figure this out before? New details on the creator of Keto. Yeah, what was the point of Keto? Like, where the fuck did that come from? Who the fuck just randomly thought up, I could use my spirit energy to shoot out spells? How can we do that? Morbius said the R word? Did he? Let's see. Did they deserve better? The most underrated captains in Bleach?
Look, I think it's fair to say that we spend quite a lot of time on this channel talking about the captains of the Gotei 13. And why wouldn't we? They're some of the founder of Kyoraku and Kenpachi. You get a few captains who don't receive quite the same level of love and...
Oh, watch his Auswellen video. Auswellen. Yeah. The Crash Shadows deserve. What's the video on the Auswellen? Auswellen. Yeah, I'm gonna save and then I'm gonna head out. What happened to Yuhabaha after TYBW? Yeah. This war has been happening for 1,000 years. This will be known as the 1,000-year war. That's not good enough, man. Really, a 1,000-year war? Like the 1,000-year door from Mario, from Paper Mario? No, not like from Paper Mario. Although, hey, that's a good game. What do you mean? Okay, wait. What about? Wait, this is Bleach, right? There's a lot of blood here. There's a lot of blood in Bleach. What if we called it the 1,000-year blood war? My God. I think a year or two old. Okay, thank you for letting me know. Because I was... Mayuri and Emu versus Pernita. Perfect finale. Oh, it's an episode. It's a review. Okay, that's why. Auswellen. Where the fuck is it? Damn it, man. Mario is so much better. I agree. Alright, Mr. Tomo, Auswellen. Auswellen. You're gonna have to give me like a link or some shit, because I can't find it. I guess that video didn't do too well. This shit doesn't make any fucking sense. Did you watch the data book problem by Stein? I did. Is rational, but he's also 31, so he has to be. Too, and poking at its issues too. Oh, that's good. I think it'd be cool to maybe at some point chat with him. Sorry, Yuhabacha, we already got a 100-year war, and the human British and the French took the name already, my lord. The data book problem was a decent video. I agree. Nixos does make very good content. I think the only thing I would like say to Nixos content is like maybe throw in some like background music. That's probably like my only thing, because like I feel like there's like a big like not gaps of silence. I don't want to say that. He does have a pretty consistent voice. Though I do understand. I probably, if you give me a reason as to why, I probably understand it a lot better. No, they're not. I don't know what the video's called, dude. I refuse to watch the movie in my head. Canon Edward made it back home. Dude, what the fuck is the... Dude, what the fuck is the 1,000-year... the Osvalin video? If I don't find this shit in the next minute, by like 7:15, I'm just gonna dip. You found it? What's it titled? What are the problems? What are the problems with the data book video? It's 5 years old? Jesus Christ. Alright. So why doesn't Ichigo use his hollow mask anymore? Yeah, why the fuck doesn't he? Incredible Bleach story writing. Oh, good news. Good news, gracious. Okay. Let's go down. Let's go down. Bye. Can physical force damage a TSO? Or are they able to interact with it with Senjutsu chakra? I would say a TSO can be destroyed by physical force. I would argue that. Wasn't it? It was destroyed by fucking Guy punching Madara through it. So yeah. If Guy can literally punch somebody through a TSO, I think it can be broken. Okay, we're 5 years in. Broken power levels. Broke Bleach's power level. The strongest Visored. Stolen Bankai. Ausvallen explained. Is it this one? Is it this one, Chad? It's Yuhabacha. It's called Yuhabacha's Ausvallen. Yeah.
There are many terrifying abilities in the world of Bleach, but few of them inspire fear quite like the Quincy King's Ausvallen. The Ausvallen, or the Holy Selection, is an important
was the him example, but it didn't take away from the overall message.
Used in the series, it inspires terror in the Quincy's.
Okay. Let's head back. I got you. Click here. Shorts.
Kyoraku Shunsui is one of the most enigmatic characters throughout.
Why the fuck did this video pop up? I'm trying to get to my history. I was wondering what the fuck that was. Alright, I'm gonna put this in my save for later. You do know you could have searched it in the channel search bar. Probably, but I don't know how to use YouTube, clearly. I'm a YouTuber that doesn't know how to use YouTube, clearly. Oh, here it is.
Hey, you almost done? Yeah, we're staying lookout. Don't tell her Batman might show up.
Batman? What's he gonna do? Throw a batarang at it? Freeze.
Jesus Christ, Batman, how'd you do that?
Well, I had to. They were robbing a safe or something.
Hold on, why? How? You fucking atomized them.
Robin, you need to understand. We're no longer in the cute and cuddly world we came to know. This is the absolute universe, where everything is sick and twisted and fucked up.
Batman, they're dead. Why did you have to go that far?
Look at me. I am physically incapable of any less force than that.
Well, why is that?
This world has changed everyone, Robin. Look at Absolute Wonder Woman, who's a total Amazonian badass. Absolute Martian Manhunter, whose mythos has shifted into complete insanity. And Absolute Superman, who... I mean, no one really knows what's going on with him, but he looks cool.
Yeah, right. Why are you this big?
It's what's required of me to fight crime in this dark and twisted world. This dark mirror of our reality has chewed up and spit out my rogues gallery into monsters beyond your comprehension. So far gone, they're barely recognizable. They took Killer Croc, and now he's bigger. They took Bane, and now he's bigger. But then there's me. And
now you're bigger. Yeah, all right.
Trust me, that's not even the worst of the worst. Oh man, they're sick in this world. You wouldn't even believe how weird and fucked up the villains got here. It's horrifying.
Such a
absolute crazy quilt has replaced his skin entirely with a quilt. I don't see the technical advantage, but it's definitely a darker interpretation of the character. Absolute Caldeman.
I hope you're ready to die on National Bat Day.
Yeah, sometimes I do stick around, man. Sometimes I do.
15th, 16th, 17th.
Absolute Mr. Freeze. Absolute Two-Face, who is practically the same, but instead of flipping a coin, he throws 3 6-sided die.
Oh shit!
What's different about him?
Nothing, but he's around.
Okay, so what I'm getting here is that everyone's had their significant character traits maxed out to like 1 million. From heroes to villains to everyone.
That's right.
How does that explain why you're built like the Rocky and a boulder? I mean, you were always a big guy, but that wasn't your main thing. I mean, like, shouldn't your parents be more dead? Shouldn't you be more depressed? Like, seriously, explain to me why you're about 15
Oh my god.
This video is
Wow, that was a lot.
I want to talk about 3 Discord scams. And
right.
these are scams that target.
All right, I'll leave it there. I'm tired. I've been streaming for almost 4 hours. Wait. I've been streaming for over 4 hours, guys. I'm super tired. I guess people didn't want to watch me play video games. I guess I'm not that entertaining. No, I'm not gonna go eat beans. I would rather jump off a bridge, but not gonna actually go do that. Yeah. Make your own Batman with no politics then. I'll catch you guys later. Please drink some water. Please take care of yourselves. Please treat people with kindness and respect, guys. The world can be kind of mean and rough sometimes. Would love to see you play games. Yeah, a lot of people don't, but I appreciate that, Memento. I'll catch you guys later. Peace out.